Good morning, everyone. This is just a audio and screen sharing a check. I won't be. I'll have to leave, but I'll be back at about 6:15 or 9:15 or so. Just want to make sure you guys can hear. Okay, thanks, William. And somebody maybe in YouTube, if you're listening, just want to make sure both rooms are up and running. When I come back in about 20 minutes, just waiting for anybody in YouTube. So I'm gonna thank you, Connell Smith, 3789. Okay, thank you. So see you guys in about 20 minutes. All right, everybody, I'm back and welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, May the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. We know the audio and the visual is good, so let's get into it. PRFX, this is the big one so far this morning, up 234%. Any news on this one? Advances the Deep Solar Predict. The Deep Solar Predict. Okay, what does that mean? Announces results from the study comparing PRF 110 to Zin Relief. Okay, so it's a bio. Okay, so it is a bio. I'm sure maybe they're going to the sun. So that's PRFX, OLOX, OLOX, OLOX. Another one that's surging. Okay, so they received, this is yesterday, today's the 29th. So they received a NASDAQ delinquency notice due to a late filing of some sort. However, I'm not sure what's happened. Have they now? I have no idea. Okay, another low float, guys. 741 million, 741,000 in the float. Morning, Fabian, in our main room. So that's OLUX. I'm looking at the drone plays from yesterday. So far, nothing really shaking there. Now, William mentioned Dell. So Dell is a beat raise, and I think it had a massive move. Wow, yeah, big move for Dell, guys. 32% with 300 million in the float. Big move. And as the headline says, Dell's earnings blowout sparks fresh focus on high momentum hardware stocks. See any other PD is an earnings play. PD, PagerDuty. This is an earnings play. Company reported better than expected. I don't know if this was a beat raise also. It was. Well, at least it was a beat of some. I don't know if it beat revenues and earnings, but it also raised guidance. So that is PD. PD was all three. Thank you, William. Okay, so a beat raise. I know I didn't have time. I know you posted some of them. Dell, Mongo, NTAP, EST, PD, and HQY. Okay, all beat raises. Another one. Look at this. REPL, guys. Is it here? Yeah, there it is. A lot of big movers this morning, guys. You know, sometimes you wake up and, you know, there's only some stocks up maybe 60%. Tremendous move. I get it. But we've got 229, 97, 96, 74. And now, here we go. So if you thought cheaper way to play Dell if you want to, okay, it's still a little expensive. How much is Dell again? Yeah, so Dell is $418. So this one is a two-timer, is it? Yeah, two-timer for Dell. So it's about a little less than half the price of Dell. So you could buy this one. If Dell moves up 1% more, this is going to move up 2%, but it's still pretty expensive. So Dell, yeah, so it's not that cheap. So I'm not that interested in it. You guys are talking about Mongo, MDB. Yeah, another expensive one. Pretty low float too, 77 million in the float. That's certainly not a high float. STG. So they announced a 50 million share $50 million share repurchase program. Okay. Doesn't say up to. Morning Shaw in our YouTube room. But this is really the news, I guess. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, but the Shanghai Psi Technology for 126 million RMBs. Now we've got a couple of retailers getting hit here, guys. Remember how the retailers were actually doing fairly well, but AEO is an earnings play. American Eagle is an earnings play. I mean, look at this. Look how it's being bid up, up ahead of earnings. And now look at this big drop, 18%. American Eagle, AEO. I have to watch this one, see if there's any bounce in it, or is this just looking to see where there's any support? Boy, it's below that. To check a monthly chart. Where is there some support for this? On a monthly chart, looks like there's a next low of 1394, not that far away. Say, call it 14. There's that one, and also the gap. The gap. So another couple of American Eagle and Gap, the Gap, cratering on earnings, guys. This is probably a miss lower. Yeah, so there's the Gap and American Eagle. Because, look at the retail sector. This is the ETF, major ETF for the retail sector. Look how good it was. I mean, it's not tanking, but I mean, there were a lot of good retail plays, earnings plays, but not American Eagle and the Gap. Not today, anyway. All right, what else here? IO3. I'm not too familiar with these guys at all. All right, so satellite communication. So call it space. Okay, we'll just call anything that's up in the sky. So IOTR, pretty big day yesterday. Got up to what 342, closed at 285. Big day though. Bigger day so far. Okay, so William is saying that the gap was a modest miss, not like a huge miss. All right, so the PRFX is still so it's underneath the VWAP right now. That's the probably the issue right now. Low float, low float. So I have to thumbnail that one to see if later on it really starts to take off again. The next high in a weekly chart looks like it's around $5. So if it took out $5, which it did this morning, okay, briefly, then the next high in a weekly chart is 8. So I have to put a price alert around that 5 level. See if it takes it out again later on. Yeah, it's rare that we see anything in this top 10 list of like a major, like a stock with a lot of float, a big float. But there's Dell. Wow. Now I wonder if there's a Dell. There's got to, well, it doesn't have to be, but a way in which you could buy a short ETF for Dell if it continues to fade like this. It's underneath the VWAP now. Yeah, just not listing it here. If there is one, we know the DLLL is the long version. I'm looking for the short version that you could buy if we thought the Dell was going to continue to fade. Certainly, I mean, it's underneath that VWAP. I guess it's time for me to have that site, a site that I can refer to every day. No, for Dell. If you're talking to me, Grumpy, I'm talking. I'm looking for a short version, an ETF for Dell you could buy. Guys, it's almost 9:30. Okay, let me get this out of the way. So let's have a great end to this trading week, guys. Let's see what the market's up modestly right now. Typically, don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Got to let things settle down a little bit. All right, we're now open. Interesting. No stocks are meeting the filter requirements yet in this race. All right, let's take a look at the OLOX. Now, this QH, guys, I had to yank it. I don't know if you saw this, but I mean, it is not. This was a reverse. Hmm. Yeah, this QH was a reverse split. I had to yank it because it was dominating my pre-market actives up. Yank it. In other words, I had to add it to the symbol list of the ignored PRFX, guys. PRFX on the move right now. PRFX on the move right now. The VWAP. It's they're trying to take out the VWAP. Wow, PRFX. I mean, I didn't take it. It's too early for me, but if you have a little more, there it is. Okay. I mean, it's over 5 now. And again, the next high looking left on a weekly chart anyway is 8. Low float. Israeli stock. Look at the volume. 27,000 times normal right now. Now that's what it's looking at. Of course, it's only 9:31 right now. Couldn't find a short ETF for Dell. Okay, thank you, Sandy. There's just not as many anymore, and some of them, and there used to be a lot more, and then companies yanked them, or somebody yanked them. I think William tried to explain to me why. Well, PRFX guys, so far, so on a monthly chart and the weekly chart, those are the same highs. But let's see if it pulls back at all. And the OLOX, another low float. And this one, now, I don't know. I doubt it may have been an IPO back here. Maybe. I mean, it looks like it, obviously when you look at a monthly chart, it looks like this started trading, certainly started trading as OLOX back here. Just ripping though. Let's see if it, I mean, you can see what it did. You got into the VWAP, traded a little bit below it, and then it popped above it. So it's still kind of in the area. And again, the next high looking left for this one on a weekly chart anyway, it's around 1151, 1168 or so. Haven't seen this one for a while, guys. TSSI, TSSI. This was a few months ago. It's got up to $32. Came all the way back down to 7 or 684. Wow. Now it's having a little resurgence. The next high on a monthly chart is 2192. Let's take a look at a daily chart. The next high is, it's getting close. Next high is around 17. So it's right there. The next high after that is 1740. Okay, here's one, guys, for some of you who don't mind these ones that are super cheap. This just broke over a dollar. TNMG, TNMG, just broke over a dollar. The next high looking left is about $1.08, so that's too close. And when I look left, I just see all these areas that could stall. So, if we could look left and we could see, the next high is around, $1.50, that would be a lot better. But there's all these little areas on the weekly chart where it could stall. The low float, of course, 2 million. They had the subsidiary launches an upgraded. Just waiting for it to. Okay, yeah, this is my headline on it. A subsidiary launches an upgraded add to AI something or other. Just sort of cut off. All right. Haven't looked at any of the halts or zooms yet, but MX was halted and it resumed a little bit higher. Got halted at 880 and it resumed. This is, of course, got a ton of room. I don't know where the next high in a monthly chart is. It is not a lifetime high anywhere close to it. Probably did a bunch of reverse. Well, maybe not. If you shorted UMAC, I have that one. Yeah, I have that one thumbnailed. I'm looking at, or are you talking about, yeah, you must be talking about a short of UMAC, right? Now look what happened. Okay, so here's the PRFX. I got up to 540 and came right back down to 470. So it's sitting around the VWAP area again. Now let's see this. Maybe the second time it takes off 5 in a big way. That might sustain it a little bit longer. Okay. Well, Ox halted on the way down. You are right. Ah, it sort of met my. I wonder if it did meet my requirements. No, not quite, but boy, I almost took this one, but almost doesn't count. You know what I when I see these things halted, I check to see how it opened and if it ever got down below the halt price by a little bit and then pops through. I don't think it quite did that, and that's sometimes when I'll take these stocks that get on a resumption. But unfortunately, I didn't do it. Or the gap. My- I know you were thinking maybe it's going to have a bounce there, William. Okay, PRFX. Are you ready this time? Watching to see if it can hold five. Is this halted? No, it's not halted. It's just that it was seemed to be stuck a bit. Just watching to see how if this can hold five. I might take this around 510 or so if it gets there. Okay, not saying to do the same thing. All right. Well, let's see if you got any legs now. If it has some legs now, the high today was 539. I'm talking about the PRFX. I know a little early for me to take a trade, but signals in the money just means that they were AI alerts from previous AI alerts that are now above whatever the alert price was. Who asked that question? Vandana, yeah, that's all that means. Okay, so previous AI alert, and now it's above the it is above the original alert price. You know, guys, I've taken myself out of the PRFX for a pittance. Just don't like the way it's trading. I wanted it to really pop, so I don't like the way it's trading right now. So I may look at it again. I was hoping that when I got it that 520 would really start to challenge that 540 mark, but might be a little too early for it. So I've taken myself out. Probably, I mean, it could easily pop now, but I don't have the confidence in holding it right now. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Look at this crazy ASTC. And see what you posted there, Jameek. My goodness, this was a $2 stock 3 days ago, and now we're 42. That's what the low float can do for you guys. And not this. I don't believe this has ever been shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, Vandana, did you understand what I meant? When you asked what does it mean? Okay. Well, nobody, I don't think anybody's going to change. Well, it just got halted too. It's got halted, $42. So the first time I'm showing this little window here, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. There's the halt price. There's the halt stock, ASTC, halt price at 42, potential of where it's going to open. Usually they are 5-minute halts. So if this one is a 5-minute halt, this is going to open at 9:46 plus 23 seconds. Nice, William. You had a nice little pop for the gap. I see. It is something I am thumbnailing on my other monitor, one of my other monitors. So I do see that CDT is in our AI, guys. I don't like it right now because when I look left, there's a high right there of 128. There's a high right there of 134, too close to the current price. So now if somehow, and there's 145, I mean, look, just because these are highs doesn't mean it's going to stop there, of course, but maybe put a high, an alert at 142, because if it kicks that out, then the next high is around 180. So I don't look at that at all, Vandana. So I'll have to look later. Okay. But basically, the signals in the money. I don't know. It says closed. I don't even know why it says closed. Um, Basically, signals in the money just means that previous AI alerts, they're now above wherever the alert price was. But that's the gist of it. Okay, that is the gist of it. Well, I mean, so far I'm wrong about the CDT. Well, not wrong, but I mean, so far it hasn't. That did not block it. So low float, 460,000. Yeah, FinFan, I know. You know what? Eventually the market is going to tank for you. I get it. Every day you post that every single day. I knew you. All right, guys. So the gap now, I'd like to see if the gap holds 20. Oh, halted up. Okay. OLX now halted up. You are right. Of course it's irrational. Of course it is. But what's the point of posting that every single day? That it's irrational. I mean, what is really the point of it? Take a look at CMND. CMND. What is this one doing? Another low float out of, where are you out of? Vancouver, my home, well, not my hometown, my current town. 26 million shares have traded. CME, also a Japanese patent application. Well, see, I'm glad I did not get stubborn about the PRFX. Look at it now. I mean, that's a big drop now, percentage wise. It's just unbelievable. I mean, you talk about irrational. This is totally irrational, ASCC. But you know what? No point. I'm not talking to you, FinFan, but there's no point complaining about it. I mean, you just have to trade what you see. It doesn't make any sense at all why this has gone from $3 to $43 in a little over 3 days. Of course, it makes no sense. Completely irrational. All right, let's take a look at GMAX, just over the whole number of two. However, the VWAP is certainly far enough away. It's still up 15%, but it has faded quite a bit. So I'm not that interested in it now. This has been a very active stock, eyes pony. I haven't seen it for a while though, but you remember these days it got up to 24, back down to 8. But it has been a very active stock, trying to maybe make a little pop here. This is, of course, an AI play. It's not a low float. I've always, I had some big moves and I had a big float. Wow, look at ASTC now halted at 48. Crazy. Yeah, so this QH won't load for me now. This is they must have done a reverse split because when I woke up this morning and the pre-market actives up, this was up like 3,000% or something. So of course that's not the case. Yeah, it's not loading into Interactive Brokers. Actually, it is loading into Interactive Brokers. It is actually. So it is about whether I could trade it or not. I don't know. I mean, it's halted right now, but it's not loading in the charts. Our charts. Well, let's forget about it. Okay, IOTR. So I had the pullback, got up to $5, came all the way back down to 380. A little bit above the VWAP now. Okay, a little bit above the VWAP, above 4. The VWAP, the actual number is around right here. And another low float Singaporean stock, 690,000 in the float. Well, your instincts were good, William, on the trying to play a pop for the UMAC and getting out and getting out. I'm getting interested in this IOTR, guys. I mean, it's just over the VWAP. It's hanging over the, of course, over $4, the whole number. A lot of volume, 301 times normal volume. Another one that's just hanging over the VWAP is the OLOX, OLOX, but it's been pretty choppy. Remember, it got halted on the way down. It got halted on the way up. Right. You know what I forgot to do? I have to put a price alert for this one. Say around 420 for the IOTR. I want to see if it can clear four in a big way, clear the VWAP in a bigger way, and maybe have another bit of a run. $5 is the high today, so it has the it has a shot anyway if it can clear all this. Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of follow through so far, other than the market. Market's had great follow through. I'm sorry, somebody mentioned Ford. Yeah, I mean, great move, great move there. I mean, these are pretty 5% moves with 3.9 million and a billion in the float. Pretty impressive. Ford's been on but you know what? Ford's been on a roll ever since it got into its 200-day moving average. When was that? That was, well, 19th, May the 19th. Look how it held. Ever since then, it's been on a great run. I mean, to go from 12 to 17 for a stock that has 3.9 billion in the float, that is awesome. Earnings April 29th, so it's not like, I'm trying to see where April 29th was. Not like, the earnings reaction was spectacular. I mean, it was right here. How's GM doing? Is GM doing the same thing? Yeah, GM is doing, wow, almost a mirror image. Almost a mirror image. Look at this. GM came into the VWAP. I'm sorry, into the 200. Ah, they won't let me trade it. Interactive brokers won't let me trade IOTR. They're protecting me from myself. Well, we'll see if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I was trying to get it at the 418 mark. Yeah. Oh, well, but look at GM, guys. I mean, GM and Ford virtually identical. Okay. Look what GM did. Came into the 200-day moving average and popped off it, just like Ford did. So Van Vandana, where was that? Where were you looking to see that? I'm just looking here. Where were you looking? I don't know what screen you had for that AI that had the filter. I wouldn't worry too much about that even meant. Just understand that the long-term profitable, all that means is that no, I understand. They are AI generated signals from before. Yes. It just means that, so for instance, well, here they are today, okay? Um, so here's CDT. The alert price was at 115. Let's just say that, after today, it actually closes at a dollar and goes down to 90 cents. And then, but sometime in the future, it gets above a dollar 15. That would be an example of a long term AI. Okay, that's what that means. It just means that any previous alert, okay, any previous alert, if it gets back over the original entry price, it'll show up on that in that list of stocks. That's all it means. Okay, don't I? I wouldn't read. You don't have to really think any more other than that. Okay, just previous AI alerts that are now above the original alert price. Okay, guys, let's see now. REPL, yeah, somebody mentioned that one, REPL, and yeah, so above the 200-day moving average, always good. However, maybe coming into resistance around the 9 mark, maybe. Just looking at that weekly chart. Yeah, look at the ASD, look at the ASTC now, guys. Back down to 42. Just looking at some of these halts. QTech got halted. That was halted on the way down. VCIG halted at 633. This is due for a bit of a pop. So not so there's a not to be confused with the IOTR. This is IoT. Okay, this is IoT. This is let's see if there's any reason for this move. I don't see any I don't see any news. Would I short REPL or is it too risky? I don't know. Let's see. Well, I mean, here's your VWAP, so that could act as support. Okay, but and it's far enough away. I mean, it's up to you if you want to short it, of course. But 10 to or 9. What is it? 895, 885 is the high. What did it get to today? Got up to 877. So that blocked it for a while anyway. And then you have over here around the 9 level. So to me, 9 could be a bit of a challenge to get through. I mean, it's already, but you would have had to take it, probably would have had to take it closer to just underneath 9 to short it. Right now it's, it would have been a 50-cent move. Yeah, I've never seen that. I don't think I've seen that before. Best efforts. We're going to do it. We're going to give it, the old college try, dude. I mean, seriously, what does that even mean? Best efforts. Gonna give us our best effort at a public offering. I mean, I know what you mean. It's sort of a strange. Well, to me, it's sort of range bound though, Connell. I mean, to me, the REPL, because I mean, you're right in. I mean, it depends what you're trying to do. You're looking at this as the VWAP. I mean, maybe I would, for me, I would probably wait to see if it gets closer to the VWAP and the VWAP acts as support. Okay. I mean, it's getting reasonably close because right now I don't see any edge in going either way. But don't let me stop you. Yeah, I mean, you can see it's getting closer and closer to that eight level. Call eight. That's the VWAP's going to be around $8, right around here. I mean, it's a little below that, but yeah, QH still will not load in the chart. Our charts anyway, and it won't load. Well, it won't load intraday anyway in a Interactive Brokers chart. I do have one Interactive Brokers chart up and running, and it will not load, though. Well, it looks like it's still halted anyway. I'd like to almost eliminate this because this is not. I'm sure I couldn't even trade it at Interactive Brokers, even though it's listing. All right, CMND now, guys. CMND, it's at the VWAP, rising into the VWAP. But like somebody else said, I'm not really finding anything spectacular to look at right now. Yeah, so the drone plays from yesterday, so they did not have anywhere near second or third day continuation like the quant plays had, but it's having a little bit of a bounce now, the RCAT. Mask from yesterday. Mask was a big one from yesterday. Got up to 677, though it closed down here at 4. That's a big, big pullback. But it is now above, of course, yesterday's close. It may not be, but it's a real wild card, the ASTC. I mean, obviously, it got close to the VWAP. I guess if you take just a few shares, see if it takes out the, let's see, it gets up to 50. Give me one moment, guys. I will be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. All right. Now, I can't trade the IOTR. Okay. But the IOTR looks kind of interesting if you're into it. It got back down to four, right back up to 427. I just can't trade it. Interactive brokers will not allow me. All right. So let's go over my homepage, guys. Time is it now? 10:10. So over my homepage, information you can find on my homepage, including the scans, etc., that I'm currently sharing. Oh, the gap is working well for you, William. I think you took the gap. I hope you did. It didn't hit your what you wanted to get in at. Okay, too bad because it's had a nice run. Okay, guys, my homepage. So let's take a look at what my homepage has on it. So here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. You can get 15% of any plan, the two annuals or the two monthlies. Okay, we have a standard plan and we have a premium plan. So 15% off whatever you choose. Remember, if you take out a monthly, the 15% is only good for the first month. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code because it helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the trading room here. Okay, so I'm moderating both of these rooms, and the company doesn't mind keeping them free as long as they see my promo code being used enough. They track the use of the promo code. So if you're in YouTube right now wondering about what this trading room is all about, it is also free. But some additional perks because it's actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. And Obi does that. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so time zone doesn't allow me. Well, I won't get up that early to do it. So that's why Obi does it, 6:45. I get on the mic sometime between 9 and 9:15. Also in this room, way more activity amongst other traders. Okay. So YouTube's fine. If you just want to listen to me and watch the screen, fine. But if you are looking for a little more action, interaction with other traders, come into this room. And of course, it's also, if you're looking for some, come into a room that is open in the pre-market, you can come into this room. Now, I usually go sometime between 2 and 2:30. Depends on how many questions I get later on in the day. Now, today's Friday. I don't know if Obi's going to want to keep the room open after I leave, but that'll be up to him. Many times he'll keep the room open after I leave, but today is Friday. Well, the $1 billion that they say they were going to raise or sell or whatever, that didn't help DXYZ. I'm still holding on to just a piece of it in case, to see what happens on the IPO. But this is a classic now of buy the rumor and sell the news. Well, the news has not hit exactly. But, remember, I'm in on the 30 level. So, but I have been selling. I'm not. The minute they made that announcement about selling a billion shares. I mean that was that up to a billion shares anyway. That was kind of that's the reason for the lack of support right now, in my opinion. Anyway, keep going down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week right here. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. So if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're thinking about it, click on the education section, the more info, and right down here, getting started with Trade Ideas. Okay, this will get you started. 12 short videos. Mandatory you do this if you're just taking out a subscription. If you don't have the product and you're wondering about it, we would start off with that second video. Go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. You can always unsubscribe if you don't like it. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So you can see here's the large cap race right here. This is the other race, the more volatile race is here. The Hulse resumes, very active today. It's active every day, but there it is. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. But as you can see, I do have a lot of other scans that I'm currently sharing, the upside versus downside movers, momentum scan, gap scan, Pepe combo scan, and the William 25-cent scan. Don't have them up and running, but have any questions about them, feel free to ask. Remember, both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long. I will do my best to answer. If it's an accounting question, I cannot answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. So I'm not going to go in any detail about the races today unless somebody asks me, okay? All I'm going to say is that, but look, here's a top 10 list that's automatically built for you when you create a race. They're all on my page, yes. Well, everything well, not the charts, okay? Charts is something that you have to create yourself. I mean, here are my time frames. My guess is that most people probably don't care about having a 5 and a 15, a weekly and a daily and a monthly, but that's what I like. But the two races and the Hulse resumes, yeah, what you can see these, they're on my homepage, as well as those other scans I talked about. They're all on my homepage. Now this one's got some room, guys. Look at Genta, GNTA. This has got a lot of room on a weekly chart. This could be interesting. $1.70 on the weekly chart. Don't see anything on the daily. That was at the beginning of the year, the week of January 26th. So this has got some room. GNTA is coming out from underneath 55 cents a couple of days ago. This is halted, not trading very much right now, but let's see if it can kind of hang around this area, get some volume coming in, and maybe go on a bit of a run. Had some news on, well, that's back in April. I don't see any news today. NEXR, well, come on, look at this one. NEXR, look at this one on the weekly chart, 339. On the daily chart, it's sort of right there. The high is 245, so it's right at the high of that daily. I doubt if this was an IPO. I think probably what happened is that it was a symbol name change, and they're trading under NEXR now. Can't fool us because when you look at the lifetime range, it's way at the bottom. So even though this looks like an IPO back here, it is not. Really? HUBC underneath? Well, let's see what. I don't have any float information on it. Okay, no, unless that's the float, 1.2. That might be the float, 1.2 million. Let me just load it again. The single stock window kind of got jumbled up, so let me see if that. I think it's probably 1.2 million. Yeah, well, yeah, it says 1.2 million. Okay, not under 100,000, and that's from the dilution tracker website, which I tend to trust. All right, guys. BHVN. Nah, I don't like it. I thought I was hoping it was coming into the VWAP, but it's underneath the VWAP right now. BHVN. All right. Well, now UMAC's having a bit of a bounce. So let's see if UMAC can. But there's the VWAP. I mean, look, put a price alert right at the VWAP area. Let's see if it gets over the VWAP. I mean, all these the two of them. Well, I want to see the was the ONS ONDS. That was the other. Yeah. So all three of these, the ONS, the RCAT, and the UMAC, could not even remotely hold their gains from yesterday. Dilution tracker link, sure. Give me a moment. Let me find it. I've looked at it for a long time. Here you go. You now, I think you have to sign up for it. It's free, but you have to give them your email or something like that. I have a feeling, but it is free. I mean, there is a paid portion of it, but for our purposes, here it is, dilution tracker. Now, I might have to. Yeah, I haven't signed in for a long time, so it's very possible that. Let me see if it. Nope, there it is. Just typed in the symbol, and there it is. But you might have to give them your email to start. And all right, guys. Well, listen, PRFX is back over 5, so maybe, just maybe, this might give me a second opportunity after the pretty big pullback all the way back down to 441. A little bit of a challenge. It's at the VWAP right now, but it's a little bit of a challenge after that pullback, in my opinion. Not as clean. Well, right now, UMAC looks like the better one of these two, the RCAT or the UMAC, because look at UMAC. It's getting closer and closer to the VWAP. VWAP is around 2668. Now, there are, the line on my chart is different from on that number there. That number there does not take into account pre-market volume. And this one does, which is what I want. Yeah, look how it teased it. Look how, yeah, the PRFX teased the 5 and come right back down below it a little bit. Oh yeah, did it ever? I mean, that was halted at 244. Now it's halted again at 280. So that was very quick. Yes, the NEXR. Well, there's your as trading as NEXR. That is the high 340. Nice. Excuse me. A nice short. Yeah, this was a nice short from our AI guys on the AMBA. Very nice short. It's an earnings play, AMBA. Very nice short. 76 on the alert and pretty steadily down. No big pop ups. Where could this go? Now, this is interesting. Look what it's doing, guys. Will this hold it? I mean, there's the 200-day moving average. That could be a really interesting support area. Okay. I mean, it's almost right there. The actual number is 72.20. So about less than $1 away from that 200-day moving average. If you see my chart, my daily chart for AMBA, that's that blue line right there. So that could be a support area. So we may get a bounce there. Yeah, I mean the PRFX. I mean, at the end of the day, who knows? Maybe it's $6, $7. It's been difficult to trade though for me anyway. Very difficult. Or the gap. I'm sorry, William. You missed it by a few pennies. You said that's too bad because this has been a nice bounce and it's over the VWAP too. I mean, this has a high right here is 2170. So I mean, there's room for this one to keep running, especially if it can take out 21. This is an earnings play. William says it was a miss. I'm sorry, it was a miss lower, but they didn't miss by that much. I guess. I think that's what you said. We're talking about earnings and revenue. All right, there's the gap, guys. GAP gap is now over 21 and moving. You too, Sam. Yeah, it's not. Some days, you feel it, and some days you don't. Right now, I am not. I wish this QH. I may have to get rid of this QH. All right, I just had a couple of price alerts. I have to see where they. So this is for the UMAC. Boy, the CDT. I mean, I was wrong. I mean, it certainly did not have any problem getting through the 120 mark. Well, look at the UMAC is definitely stronger than the RCAT. The VWAP is 2664, but looking at pre-market data, it's right at the VWAP right now, okay? And that is a UMAC. Okay, well, it's right at the VWAP now, guys. I mean, let's see if it can burst above it, or is that going to act as resistance? I'm talking about the UMAC, UMAC. I think we're maybe getting our answer here, guys. UMAC, UMAC. Okay, let's see if RCAT is trying to do something a little bit similar. A little bit. You see what it's doing? It's near the VWAP also, or CAT near the VWAP also. Yeah, I almost have to delete PRFX. It's miserable. I didn't take it again, but come on, UMAC, make a big move. Ozzy, are you still looking at that close to the time of lows and all, or close to time of lows? Are you still looking at that? I have it up and running. My problem with it is that yeah, you get these alerts, but when I look, looks like it looks like more of a scalping type situation because when BBBI, sure, but where could it go? 494. Here's the VWAP ahead on top of it. I'm just not interested in trying to make 5 or 10 cents on a trade. Yeah, it's it's not for me then because I see what's happening. I mean, it's looking at stocks that trying to play the stocks that are bouncing. But when every time I look at any one of them, it looks like there's too much what I would consider too much resistance. Now he doesn't look at indicators. I get it, but the rest of the world seems to, especially the VWAP. But listen, if you're willing to just try to make 5 or 10 cents a trade, I guess it's okay. if I follow hockey. I think I follow hockey. Yeah. So scalping is just not for me. I've definitely not for me. Oh, I understand. I do get it, but it looks like it's more of a scalp. It looks more like a scalp play, and you've got to take a lot of. You got to do a lot of trades. Yeah, well, I'm from Montreal. Well, you probably know that, Shaw. I am from. Maybe you don't. I am from Montreal. Talking to Shaw in our YouTube room, but as a Bruin fan, I have no love for the Canadians. So, UMAC. Well, UMAC is just okay. There are two VWAPs. Okay, there's the VWAP here, 2663. Now that number is actually taking into not taking into account the pre-market volume. And this line, it's hard to see it now, takes into account the pre-market volume, and that's what I use. Now it's up to you. For a new trader, though, I mean, Ozzy, that's going to be awfully hard to do. I know Dan is, but for a new trader, that is awfully, awfully hard to do, and you have to have a pretty sizable account. A couple of years ago, Sean, a couple of years ago. Again, I'm not dismissing it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not dismissing it. Definitely not for a new trader, though, in my opinion. Okay, now the CDT. I had a pullback. Okay, the pullback right into the VWAP. Will that hold it? Will the VWAP hold it? I read that GME is upping their bid or something for eBay. Let's see if that have any effect. Yeah, negative. Well, as far as I'm concerned, the star from our AI today is definitely the AMBA. You know what? Even this one is worked. I've just missed them. CHA, nice. It's an earnings play. CHA is nice. Another earnings play. There was the alert at 12:02, 12:47 now. All right, I might have to get interested in this ASAN. This is another one from our AI. It's over the VWAP, hanging over the VWAP. It just there's some of these are just for me. The way I look at them are very choppy looking, but I don't know. Maybe you just have to take a few and hold on and see what happens. I'll always have a stop, of course. One that did not work at all. Well, I shouldn't say that. Yeah, I don't think the MX, no, the MX did not work even on the re-entry. Okay. Good grief. Is it up? Back up to AEST's back up to almost 50. Halted. Ugh. I hope this works out for you, Todd. It just got halted, as I'm sure you're aware. So there's the halt, 48.31. I mean, this is all over the place right now, okay, in terms of where it could open. Of course, what you want to see is a number above that 48.31. So we'll be cheering you on. All right, guys, 10:42. So today's Friday. I'm not sure if it's Andy. I'm not sure if he's taking today off. So somebody will take over from me in our YouTube room, though, at noon Eastern. Yeah, the UMAC. Yeah, I mean, it got almost up to 27, but as it started filtering down towards that my VWAP. So yeah, just not finding a out of it. This is a day. This is sort of almost like a scalping day for me, not on purpose, but I just don't see a lot of follow through on the things I'm looking at anyway. Well, Vroom Vroom really had a nice. I don't know if you guys are in this one at the 4 level or what you're doing, but again, there is the high of a few days ago. I'll put a price alert there. Maybe next week it takes that out. You guys are gung ho on it. Market is definitely drifting down now. Well, you know what? I mean, this has got some room, guys. I mean, look at the G, okay? Gen Pact. The next high looking left is 33.31. Now takes that out, and then the next high after that, 34.63, about a dollar. I mean, sort of scratching for something to do, perhaps, but I'll put a price alert there. Oh no, on the VR. Okay, William. Well, well, it's too well, but it was choppy to a certain extent. But again, I could not trade the IOTR. Okay, could not trade it. Interactive Brokers prevented me from doing that. Well, okay, you are now, Todd. You are Wow, I mean, it popped over 50, so good for you. I don't know what you're doing with it right now. Okay, good, because now let's put a price alert up here at 51. Boy, the IOTR. So anybody who was able to trade that, I really wanted it. I wanted it at 418. And then when I put in my order, the broker said, you know what? We're not going to let you trade it. Too bad. Hmm. Okay, guys, just gonna get a confirmation that it'll be Andy in our YouTube room starting at noon, taking over for me. Well, that's too bad. Yeah, the IOTR, but that was the one. I mean, that was the one. Look at the float, and is really ripping now. Rum taking a hit here, and then wow, it's got room underneath 816. Okay, this has got some room underneath at least, but it's chase. We're chasing it down, unfortunately. So today's a day that if I weren't doing this, I would probably just pack it in. I'd say, you know what? I'm not going to try to manufacture trades just out of boredom. Yeah, CDT did pop. It did pop. When I was looking at it last, we were wondering would it hold the VWAP, and it did. I did not take it. Still has, I mean, a little bit of room. I mean, 174, 174 is the next high in the daily. So it does have a little bit of room. That didn't work. Oh, I know why. Okay. Is QH? I thought I got rid of it, but it didn't take. Give me a moment here, guys. I want to stop this race. All right, that should get rid of it. Yes, they are. On my homepage, yes, Stuart, both these races are available. One's called the large cap, and then the volatile race. It's not called volatile race in my homepage, but the one is the large cap. You'll see it. And the second one, well, I'll show you. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you scroll down just a little bit and get to the scan section, so here are the two races. The large cap gainers is here, and the biggest gainers is, I call it, this is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is the volatile race, okay? You can see you can get some big percentage moves in this race. There's 130%. Not rarely, but seldom do you get a stock over 1% in this race. Doesn't mean this is bad. It just means they're just not as volatile. Okay. So those are the two races I'm sharing. Now look at the IOTR. You talk about whip. IOTR went from 6 down to 5 like that. See what I'm talking about? Got up to 6 and then right back down to 5, just like that. So thank you, IB, for not allowing me to. Well, of course, I'm kidding a little bit. It would have been nice to take it at 418 and ride some of it up, but what are his comments? Has he accepted the deal? Still thinking about it? Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Well, let's see if it finally puts an end to all this. Yeah. So XLE. Well, that's something I can go over. Okay. Let's go over the. I'm going to click on new from the toolbar, dock channel bar, and then click on the show more. These are all theme-based channels. Okay. And then go down to the sector status. So here are some of the major sectors that we're tracking in this top list window. Okay. Now let's take a look at XLE. XLE is probably, as William is saying, where is it? Where are you? There you are. A little bit of a rip, ahead, but now starting to drop again. All right. Well, at any rate, as we speak, technology, XLK technology stocks are leading the charge here. They're up 2%, gold 1.5%. And at the bottom here, we have retail. Remember retail with American Eagle and the Gap, a couple of big retailers down. Okay. So here's how you can take at a glance, what's the what are the top sectors? What are the positive ones anyway? And what are the negative ones? Okay. Now, here, all the ones that start with X, we don't have every one that's in here, but we have the ones that start with X. These are the major ETFs. Now you can kind of take a look and see, well, what's happening here? So, for instance, MKC, 76% of the stocks that make up MKC are down for the day, but I'm sorry, XLP, consumer staples, but MKC, for whatever reason, is up. I want to see if there's any news on this one. It's not an earnings play, but you can scroll down. Here's Costco. Wow, Costco's down a lot, for over almost 5%. It's an earnings play. Costco is an earnings play. All right. Energy. Well, as we speak anyway, but some of the energy stocks probably are recovering, but every one of them, as we speak, is down for the day. OKE is the worst one. Communications. Virtually all the communication stocks are down for the day, but there are some up. TTW, is it an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. Emerging arts, electronic arts. Okay, but what's the worst one? Your CHTR. That's your favorite provider, right, William? your favorite provider. CHTR is the worst one in the sector. So you can see what you can do. You can take a look at what the best stock is in a sector, what the worst one is, and maybe figure out a way to trade them. Okay. And this is the sector status channel. Or you could just take the race. You could just take the race, pop the race out, and follow that race all day long if you wanted to. Just an idea. Just a minute, please. And there we go. Charter is scum, according to William. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. I just I wanted to send an email to. So here's that NEXR, another big percentage move since the start of the race. Yeah, the AI is a watch list for me. That's all it is. I mean, it's not. I think people, get hung up on thinking, well, you've got to take the trade right at the entry price, and no. I mean, you can always take a look at it to see if it makes sense for you to take the trade in the first place. If there's near term resistance, that's literally what prevented me from taking the CDT. The CDT would have worked had I taken it right then, but I won't do it. If I see what I think is near term resistance on a stock, I'm just not going to do it. Doesn't mean because I see near term resistance, what I think is near term resistance, that is going to stop. But just the way I trade. It's helped me way more than hurt me. See, that's just not enough for me, Harry. I mean, I have to take a look at the YMM just as an example. What's the price of it? Yeah, I mean, 25 cents. I mean, it depends where you put your stop. And, I just find it's way more of a scalping. Okay. And that's fine. If people want to scalp it, you got to take a lot of trades all day long. And I do not consider this is good for anybody who's new to trading. Market review and prep 9076 in our YouTube room. Probably not. I cannot give you any guidance on how to create a scan that's going to backtest well. No. I mean, I don't backtest. I haven't backtested for years and years and years. Um, I don't know what you're trying to do, but as you know now, it's a real challenge. You might think you've got I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You might have an idea for a scan and you think, well, I think this could work, and you back test it and it doesn't work. It doesn't look very good. I mean, you've got to keep, you know, playing around with it, maybe looking at the time of day, volumes, price ranges, things like that when you go through the optimization. Okay. Well, the optimization, I mean, that's the tricky part. Okay. I mean, I'll show you. Let me I'll bring up, I'll bring up an alert window. Okay. Just out of curiosity. So I'll back test the strategy. It's not going to look good at all, but I'll just simulate the buy. I don't back test. Well, no, I don't. I don't want to say I don't believe in it. I don't believe in it. I mean, I just don't believe in it that much. I mean, because what I'd rather do is I'd rather get the alerts from, I make my scans, and I like to get the alerts as long as I'm not overwhelmed by the number of alerts I'm getting. And I like to click on the alert and see what it looks like on a chart. And then I make up my mind. I'm doing all this in seconds. Okay. Now, when I shouldn't say I don't believe in it. I mean, the problem with it is that you've got to have a lot of time and you've got to have the inclination. You see, and by the way, you should not backtest during market hours. This is what can happen. You know, it's backtesting. All I'm trying to show you though is when it finally finishes. This is a great good example. I really don't care. I'd rather have a scan that I think, okay, this will give me some of the things I'm looking for: high relative volume, enough volume, um, up a bit for the day, maybe near the high of the day. And so I want to get the alerts, and then I click on them. Okay, I'm just waiting for this to finish. I'll just give you. All I'm really trying to show you though is the optimization. Now, the thing is, and this is going to look probably terrible, okay? But imagine if you have a reasonably positive curve, equity curve. Again, this doesn't take this long when you're not doing it during market hours. Come on. Okay. So here's my equity curve. Now that includes, of course, commissions and all that and slippage. But let's just say my equity curve looked reasonable. Okay, it was reasonable. Now here's where some simple optimization. Simple. Okay, you can look at the price range. You might find a price range which is really, really better, or a price range to stay out of. As an example, this is not a great example. Okay, um, but you might have seen a price range that between $5 and $24. I should not. That's what I should concentrate on. I should not concentrate on anything over $25. In this in the to optimize it, or it could be time of day. Is there a better time of day or a time of day to stay out of? Okay, these are the quick ones to really look at. Now, other filters. Now you're getting into way, way, way. That's sort of what our AI does. No, you're getting crazy now. When I say you, I mean, I've never. It's just too much, too much to look at. How to. But the two that are relatively simple, at least to see at a glance, the time of day. Is there a better time of day to take these trades or to stay out? And is there a better? Sorry, is there a better? Better price range. Okay, better price range to either stay in or stay out of. Those are the two quick ones. After that, again, and you can fiddle around with that. But again, I don't back test. I just don't back test. But if you've got the time and the inclination, then it can be a lot of fun actually. But you're not doing that for fun. You're trying to create something that you'd like to have some confidence on. Well, you can still backtest. You can absolutely backtest. But I mean, but for me to say to you, okay, if you have this scan, this is what I would do in order for it to backtest better. There's no way I could do that. I mean, other than doing what I just did, okay, take a look at the time of day and take a look at the price range. Those are the two ones that you might want to take a look at and see if you make adjustments there, does it help the equity curve? But the other thing, backtesting, why are you backtesting? Is it because ultimately you want to auto trade something? You want to auto trade your strategy? Is that why you're doing it? I'm just a question from Market Review. What is the purpose of your backtesting exact? Oh, I see. Okay. See, I just come at it a different way. I have my I whittle the universe of stocks down to something that I want to follow, a price range I want, a minimum volume that I want, a minimum relative volume that I want. If I start getting too many alerts in a scan, then I'll say the relative volume is a good way to do it. Upping the relative volume is a great way to do it. If you're getting too many alerts, if you're not getting enough, then lowering it. Things like that. But every day, but going from day to day could be very different depending on what the market conditions are. Get a day where the market is, right now relatively positive, but what if a day, the market is down, 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 down? Some of your long strategies may not work at all. How can I check past week's runners? Depends what you mean by that. Oh, look at the UMAC now. I mean, you can see stocks that are up the most in the last 5 days, things like that, if that's what you're, in the configure. I'm just going to look here, using maybe a top list. So a 5-day range, percent, or change in 5 days, change in 5 days, percent. You can see the stocks that have moved the most in the last 5 days. Things like that. I mean, I don't know if that's something that you could use here. I mean, this is just a filter. You could use a top list and say, and sort on the stocks that have moved the most in the last 5 days. So I don't know if that's going to help you. It's a little harder. That's a little harder. I mean, this is what I would do going forward. I mean, going forward, okay. You could say, okay, I want to see stocks today that have moved at least 10%, and also maybe close near the high of the day. You could have a top list like that, and at the end of the day, you could freeze it, or you could just say only during market hours, and you would see the ones that have moved the most today. And then, I mean, you could do this using a top list and doing a history, like a sort of a history at the end of the day. So, for instance, if I did, let's take a look at this top list right here. The one I share. So this one right here, view the scan. So pre-market actives up. Okay, as an example, pre-market actives up. Open the scan. This is going to keep working. Okay, I mean, I don't use it during market hours, but it still works all day long. So I'm going to file, load from cloud. So here it is. Okay, here it is. Make sure I don't shut down the room. Okay. So the change from the close, if that's what you're looking for. So I've sorted on the change from the close. Okay. So at the end of the day, now, is the change from the close all you're looking for? Because at the end of the day, you could have this and you could freeze it, right at around 4 o'clock. You just freeze it at 4 o'clock. Froze, and then you don't. Then it's frozen. You can see the ones that have moved the most by the end of the day. Is that what you're looking for? So that would be today's runners. Is that what you're looking for? Okay. So now what you can do is you can use the history feature, right click, time frame, use historical date. You could now do the same thing, put 4 o'clock, and I'll do that. Let's put 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock. 3:59 p.m. Going forward, you can you won't have to, but we're going to go backwards here. So 28. Okay. So at 3:59 p.m. Eastern time, of course, yesterday, this is what you would have seen. Okay. So SPRC now and sort on the change from the close. So mask was up the most yesterday. Okay. SPRC was, so you see what I've done? So, but going forward, but okay, that's what but you saw what I did. So that was yesterday's action. Okay. 5:28, right at 4 o'clock. And so if you want to see the 27th, you just go to that calendar, keep that time frame the same. Oops. Do it one more time. Use historical data. So we've got the time is okay. Now all we have to do is just change that to 27. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm showing you. That's exactly what I'm showing you. This is the stock that ran the most. These are the stocks that ran the most. That's exactly what I'm showing you. ASTC ran 470% on the 27th, right at the end of the day. Well, okay. I mean, now, if you're okay, you're right. That's at the end of the day. Well, during the day, it's going to be a lot harder. I mean, maybe there's a way, but I can't think off the top of my head during the day. This is at the close. These are the ones that are, at the end of the day. So you're talking about some stock that may have run 500% at one point during the day. At the end of the day, it could even be negative, but you just want to see the fact that a stock ran five. I don't know if we can do that. Yeah, I don't know if we can do that. Off the top of my head, I can't think of a way, but maybe there's a way, but I'm showing. I mean, obviously, you could pick a different time frame, but then I mean, it is totally random. You could pick a different time. At 12 o'clock. What's what is the stock? What is the stock that is right at the top at 12 o'clock Eastern time, or 10:30, or half an hour after the market opened? But that's then you're going to have to do a lot of work. I don't know if there's a way to actually. I mean, maybe average true range or something like that. But I mean, look, I would start off with what stock closed near the high of the day. Okay. Or not, sorry, not near the high of the day. I would start off with that. I mean, if you're looking for the big runners, I mean, it's not the worst thing to do. It's just see, okay, what happened at the end of the day? What are the runners at the end of the day? All right, guys, it is now 11:21, so another 40 minutes from me, and then Andy will take over for me in our. I mean, you could take that list, okay, at the end of the day, and then you could, I don't know how many you want to take a look at. If stocks have run at least 50% or 25% or whatever you want, click on them, and then you'll see. Oh, okay, well, that one actually had a lot. That one was a lot higher at one point than and then the close of the day. I mean, you could do something like that. So remember now, but that list I showed you were not stocks at the high of the day, just the ones that had moved the most. They don't have to be at the high of the day. But if you understand what I was saying, you would just have to click on the top ones, click on the top ones, and see if where was the like how much more did they go at one point during the day? If that's all you're really trying to follow, those are the stocks and that won't be too much work really. And then what are you going to do with that? Once you have that list, what are you going to do with that? You're going to make a symbol list out of it or a watch list and then follow them the next day? Well, you could do that. We're Friday now. You could go back the last 4 days, do exactly what I did. Click on. I mean, you might have a minimum that you want the stock to have closed at, whether that's 50% above the previous day's close or whatever that number. Because you don't want to look at 100 stocks. So maybe you take the top five, put that in a symbol list, and then the next day put another. Like I don't know how many stocks you think you want to follow, and then you do that. You do that every week. You have a new list every week, building every week, or you get rid of. Well, it's going to be a little more difficult to drop the 5 day ago one because now you're going to have to figure out what those ones are. I mean, it's doable. All right, guys. Well, CHA is coming into the VWAP, guys. So maybe this will give us if you missed it the first time from the AI, maybe this will give us a chance to trade it. Yeah, I could not hold on to my UMAC, but I mean, it is now starting to, we holding the VWAP now. You know what? This might be an interesting play now because it's over the VWAP in a big way. And also it's just over the whole number. The spread is not bad. And of course, it's got a ton of room. You just look at a 5-minute chart, it has a ton of room. So this is an idea, guys. That's the UMAC. Let's see how well it holds 27, guys. Okay. Just watching this to see how well it holds 27. I may have to, well, what time is it now? 11. I've got time. I'll take my break for another half hour. The trend is obviously up right now. There's a little blue line there, or blue wave. So the trend is up. Well, our cat actually was pretty good. Our cat was actually pretty good when it finally cleared that 13, well, the 12 mark. Our cat was actually pretty good. All right, you Mac, you got what sort of legs do you have now? Wow, I don't. I'm sure you're not in it. Well, I know you're not in it, Todd, right now. Look at this ASTC. Okay, I have a question. How do I add the trade wave? Sorry, TI wave. It's not trade wave. Okay, it's a copyright thing. So, TI wave to the chart. Okay, so Stuart, I'm assuming I know you can hear me and see my screen. So I hope this is going to work. It all depends on the version of trade ideas you have. Okay, but I hope this is going to work. So I'm going to take out this daily chart. I'm going to duplicate it into a free floating window so I can demonstrate it a little bit better. Okay. So the first thing you have to do is you right click on your chart. See where it says use browser interface? If that is not checked, then please check it. If it's checked, then don't uncheck it. It's a toggle on and off. I'm going to check it, use browser interface. Okay. Now the wave appears, it's because I did this before. Okay. But if you've never done the wave, it's not going to appear yet. Okay. But just a minute. Okay, so the UMAC here, sorry, not UMAC. UMAC is working a little bit now. So where's that chart? Okay, so the first thing to do is make sure you have user browser interface checked. Okay, that's the first thing. Don't uncheck it. In other words, it's a toggle on and off. Now, the next thing is when you do that, hopefully a little icon appeared up here. You see there's a little anchor icon and there's another icon to the left of that. Hopefully that's what you see. If you don't see that, you might see FX. You might see FX. But depending on the version of Trade Ideas you've got, I hope you've got that little icon beside the anchor. And if you do, then you just click on TI Wave and that'll start the wave. It's a toggle on and off. Okay, that's why the wave disappeared. So if I click TI Wave, it'll happen. It'll come on again. Did that work for you? Okay, so you don't see the icons at the top. Okay, so it's possible that you're talking about the icons, right? It's possible your chart is too small then. See if I shrink my chart down, see they disappear, okay? You see what I've done? I've shrunk the chart down. So you have to have the chart at least big enough so you see those icons. You might have to just adjust your chart, okay? Hopefully that's the reason. And to make the chart bigger, you just have to grab the top. When the icon changes, I've got a pointer here. Now it changes to the north south, and I drag it up. That work? Good. Okay. Now the toggle. Now you don't have to keep the chart big. Once you add it. So for instance, right now you can see I can shrink the chart down. It's still there. So you don't have to have the chart big. It just say, but you have to be able to see it at least at the very beginning. Okay. And then you can readjust your chart size as you want. And don't forget to now, if you want to know more about what the TI wave is all about, click on New from the toolbar. Okay, New from the toolbar. Click on Dock Channel Bar, and then you see where it says Ripster Rippers, Ripster Ripper, and this is for everybody. Okay, obviously, if you're looking to add the wave and you want to find a little bit more about it, Ripster Rippers. Click on that channel, and there will be a video that will pop up somewhere. You can see what happened. It popped up right here in front of the channel. Sometimes, though, people say, I can't see the video. So it might be behind. Maybe somehow it popped up behind the channel. Or if you have multiple monitors, it could have popped up on another monitor. Okay, but it's about a 5-minute long video, and it kind of goes, it explains what the concept is all about. Okay. All right, I put a price alert for G. Oh, that's right. That's a high of 2 weeks ago, I guess, and the high right there, that daily. So now let's see if it has any room. I mean, well, it has room. We know it's got room. That's why I put the price alert. Has about $1. I haven't seen this one for a long time. AI. They lucked into their symbol. This is before AI became a thing. They really lucked into this symbol, and that this was sort of the way back here was sort of the poster child for AI. Got up to $48, I think, even maybe more. But since then, nobody cares. Well, nobody. It's had a nice run off the VWAP. So I see ASTC resumed. I'm not even sure if I could have traded that one. Anybody with Interactive Brokers, did they allow you to trade that one? ASTC? Don't think I traded it previous days. I don't think so. Maybe I did. I can't remember anymore. The RCAT now is looking a little more at a pullback here. The UMAC, it's not, look, it's not been easy. I'm still in it, but it's not been easy, what I call easy. I'm trying to hang on. And the float is 45 mil, and the other one is 110, 129 million. So the RCAT has a bigger float than UMAC. So, it's not quite as volatile. All right, guys, 11:40. So another 20 minutes for me before Andy takes over for me in our YouTube room. Well, you know what? I mean, CDT obviously was a fabulous one from the AI. All right. Okay. Thank you, UMAC. Making a little bit of a move. The next high, if I look at a 5-minute chart, is up here 29.50. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Yeah, I mean, it's just it's changes from broker to broker, Burks. It's one of these things. Like some of the other brokers, they'll not let you buy that same stock. Okay, they're trying to protect you. But if you phone them and you sort of digitally sign a waiver at the beginning of the year, they'll let you. But Interactive Brokers has not done that yet. It's just, this is sort of, I call this a recent phenomena this year. I don't think it was last year. I can't remember too many times last year where they would prevent you from buying a stock. I mean, doesn't happen that often. It doesn't drive me crazy. I mean, but the IOTR certainly was one that I would have liked to have had. It worked out nicely, but I'm not gonna, go to another. Well, first of all, I'm in Canada, so I don't have as many choices as you guys, but I wouldn't drop IB just because of that for me personally, anyway. I think they're going to have to, though, join the rest of the brokers and at least allow you to sign a digital waiver and say, okay, I understand the risk, etc. And I think because Obi found that they could do that with Thinkorswim, and I think every year you do it. Well, every year I don't know how. Boy, UMAC is now looking good, and also the RCAT. So you had your choice of the two drone plays from yesterday. Whoops. Of course, here's the two time. This is what I traded yesterday. Was a two timer for RCAT. And most of the time, Burke, I mean, it's going to be some kind of a low float nonsense stock. Okay, it's they're not going to prevent you from buying Microsoft or something like that. Okay, but it's usually like the IOTR. They look at the float and they probably think 690,000. But it's not why it's not that every single stock that say under a million in the float they're going to prevent you. But for whatever reason, in this case, they said nope. Many times it's a good thing. There you go. So SSG. Well, I think Obi said that he had to like digitally sign something or do something. It's not just verbal, but something. I think Obi said with Thinkorswim, and I know Thinkorswim and Schwab and TD and all that. I know they're all somehow intertwined. But anyway, bottom line is you do have to. There you go. So went to committee and got you a waiver. Okay, so there you go. So IB just hasn't, at least to my knowledge, has unless somebody who has IB has actually been able to contact them. All right. Well, one worked. UMAC. And now when you look left on a 5-minute chart, you see 2951 is the high. But I have taken some off right at the whole number. Okay. I'm getting close to my break. I don't want to hold this during my break. So I've taken some off right at the whole number, the 28. I'm sorry, DM guy one. Why did I mention 2950? What stock was that? Oh, is that for the UMAC? Because that's the high. Okay, I see. Okay, well that's the high right there, the 5-minute right there. Okay, so I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I mean, it's sort of a clear shot without any resistance on a 5-minute chart. That's why I mentioned it. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about, a 5-minute chart resistance anyway. So if you can see my 5-minute chart, you can see that bar right there. The high is around 2950. but I'm always aware of that whole number. So it may stall right there for a while anyway. I mean, it has stalled for a while anyway. Well, I think the idea, Burks, is that maybe they just instituted the fact that you could not pick a stock ABC. So if you're already in it, of course they're not gonna prevent you from selling it. But if you had tried to buy it, that's when you had to call it in. But when a person bought it before, they had not instituted that for that stock. Okay, so that I think that's the thing. So for instance, it's possible that yesterday for IOTR, I mean, I don't know, but it's possible that yesterday for IOTR, I could have bought it at Interactive Brokers without any issue. Okay. Today they may have said, you know what, we're going to prevent it. But obviously, if I were still in it, I could sell it on my own. They're not going to prevent me from selling it. They just don't want me to buy it. I'm just making that one up. On this case, I don't know if I could have bought it last week, yesterday. I guess what I'm trying to say, it's not necessarily a hard and fast rule that once they prevent you from buying a stock, that's it forever. Yeah, that'd be pretty brutal if you would have to phone in order to sell it, especially if it's if it's a low float stock that is moving all over the place. That would be brutal. I mean, this has been probably, I would consider this almost the best alert from the AI today. Yes, the CDT is up 33%. I get it, but look how steady this has been. Okay, on the way down. This is a short, of course, and it's an earnings play. Look how steady it's been. At probably at no point you wouldn't. I mean, maybe you might have taken a little bit off here as the bars kind of poked into the wave a bit. But other than that, I mean, this has been very steady down. Whereas the CDT, sure, I mean, it's the sexy one because it's up 27%. But you've got to be pretty choppy. At one point it got up to what, 157, and it gets all the way back down to 127 and underneath the VWAP. So so when you look at it, sure, I mean, this looks obvious. Well, that's the one I should be in, 26% up. But the AMBA, and even this one, the ASAN is probably not too bad. ASAN, probably not too bad. Yeah, I mean, even so when was the alert? The alert was at 9:55. So right around here. So kind of after that little move, you had to withstand that move down, little down into the VWAP. But if you're in it now, there's no reason to get out. Just follow the wave. Is our cat going positive? The answer is not quite. You know what? I mean, this might go positive. Only 36 cents down from yesterday's close. Where's the UMAC with respect to that? Still have some, but See, it's down $1.70 from yesterday's close. Well, again, I'm taking a break in about 8 minutes. There's no way I'm holding this through my break. So I'm going to give it a little bit longer, see if it can pop through 28. Okay. Andy is going to take over for me in about 8 minutes in our YouTube room. Okay. Before I take off, though, I'll put the YouTube link in to the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Andy. And that's Andy from Trade Ideas, of course. Look at the power of that whole number. I mean, it's just a number, but it's a whole number, and it's just blocking it a bit. UMAC from moving higher. The same thing probably will happen with the RCAT. It's getting close to that 14. Thank you, Connell or Connell in our YouTube room. All right, guys, 11:53. So Andy usually shows up maybe a minute or so before noon, so I've got to be prepared for that. Okay, let me try to induce that one a little higher, and that's the UMAC. Well, I do have a price alert. Okay, I do have a price alert at 28.14. So let's see if I can take through that. Wow, that's all you have to do. I guess the alert was at 28.10. I wish it were that easy. Just put a price alert, and it'll eventually get there. It's fascinating watching UMAC and RCAT. I mean, they're almost the same in terms of chart patterns now. Big drops and then recoveries. RCAT is now again flirting with 14. So again, looking left, I mean, still has some room. Well, a lot of room actually. I mean, 29.50 is the next high on a 5 minute. Okay, guys. So for those of you in the main room, I'm going to put the YouTube link in, and he's not there yet, but he'll show up within about 5 minutes. Well, I got to say, this is working out a lot better than I thought it would. I mean, I thought it was so kind of whippy at the beginning, but even when I was in it, it was there was a couple of times where I thought I better get out, but glad I held on, and again has room, and it's a story stock. I mean, but both RCAT and UMAC, they're well. How's ONS doing? I didn't even look at that one. ONDS, my guess is probably doing the same thing. These are the story stocks. Okay, they're drone plays, and your government said they were going to pour some money into these drone plays. So yeah, it's doing the same thing. All right, guys, maybe 3 minutes. Better put my announcement up. They even had some news yesterday for Ondas, okay? ONDS securing over $30 million in new orders. Okay, so it is a drone play. Plus, they had a little bit of news. I don't know if this moved as much as the other two, RCAD, and I think it might have, but and the UMAC. Just a personal thing. Question is why I do not hold overnight. Now, when Andy takes over for me in about 2 minutes from now, he's more of a swing. Well, I'm not a swing trader at all, so it doesn't take much to be more of a swing trader than I am. Just personal. You know, I just don't like holding things overnight. Don't have to worry about any news that comes out. Now, you know, I have obviously the DXYZ was an exception, but that was more of a hunch. Okay, very quickly, that's because it didn't hit the stop and come back halfway. Okay, this is a short, okay? Top, Javier. So the entry was at 250, the stop was at 260, okay? So it has not, as we speak, let's take a look. It would have to get down to 255, okay? Back to 255, and then you would have a reentry. It hasn't done that. That's why not that this one worked, but the only way you get a reentry is if the stock comes halfway between the original alert price and the stop. Remember, this is a short. So 260, so halfway between 260 and 250 is 255. It has not triggered. Okay, it did trigger here, not that it worked, but for the MX, the entry was 906, the stop was at 879. Halfway between that is 892. It didn't work in this case, but okay, but that's how it'll work. So you can see it's still set. If it gets down to 255 at some point, it looked like it tried to, but that's how it works. Okay, Javier. Okay, I heard a little pop. I think Andy's in our YouTube room right now. So guys, I will take my break in the main room and I'll put myself on mute. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Andy Lindloff to our YouTube room. I'm assuming that's you today. Well, you said it would be. Okay.
It is me. Yes, it is me, Barry. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. I was finally able to take advantage of a trade today for UMAC. I don't know if you've been following the drone plays, but
yes, I have.
Okay.
Let's see. What did it do today? Let me take a look for UMAC.
Well, they all got hit, and but now they're recovering.
Okay, nice. Yes. Yeah. A lot of stocks recovered. I was getting run over in Poet from a hold from yesterday and doubled down near lows. So.
Now you're not supposed to do that.
I know. Well, no. Let me. I averaged down.
Oh. Okay.
So in other words, I only had half a position, waiting for that. What I did is I do this a lot. I was looking at this setup going in, taking out this 2-day high. So I had a half a position from yesterday. So I said, what the heck? I'm gonna draw a line in the sand and buy another half. But
so you did double down.
A little bit of pain. I did double down. Yes, I did.
In terms of the math, you did double down. So okay. Well, that is a little bit different. I mean, I know there are people that's what I take a full position every trade. I don't go half and half or third. I mean, that's just the way I trade. But sure, there are a lot of people that say, okay, I'm going to take half here. And if it moves down to this level, I'll take another bit. But there is a line in the sand where you'll get out completely. Yeah.
Right. Of course. Well, and you see it a lot more in swing trading than you do
probably
day trading. Yeah, you do. I mean, there's I do that all the time. If I'm eyeing a setup and I'm kind of early, I'm anticipating, I'll take a half and sometimes even a quarter, size, because I like to be early.
Right.
But anyway, nice little turnaround. It was getting beat up today, and nice little turnaround.
Very good. I mean, the UMAC is really working well for me now. I did not expect this big a move, but and so is the RCAT now. I traded RCAX yesterday. That's what I had. That's how I traded RCAX. Was the double ETF for RCAT, and
Oh, okay.
it
Oh,
worked out
wow.
so fabulously well.
Nice. Yeah,
Okay, Andy,
there's
I better take
go
off
ahead.
now.
Yeah, yeah, take off, man. Take your time
Okay,
and see you in about an hour.
okay, you bet. Bye
All
bye.
right, buddy. Bye-bye. All right. Hello, traders. Welcome to the support webinar. In case we haven't met, my name is Andy, and I'll be taking you through the next hour. If you have any questions about the software, be sure just to drop it in that YouTube chat, and I'll do my best to answer it. Hey, Trader77, how are you? Yeah, Tesla is really the only one that's hurting me today, and it's coming back. Even it's coming back. So, speaking of which, I need to grab these and pull them over here in case I need to do some trading. And I don't know what I just did. Let me see. There it goes. All right. Now I have quick access to everything. I love the way a lot of ARC stocks have been performing well. I mean, Hood and PLTR had incredible reversals yesterday, and I missed them both. But and then you had Path today off of earnings. I held some into earnings. I traded it well going into over the last couple of weeks, but it's a little scary this morning. I didn't hold that much. Well, I did, but I got out yesterday and after hours and held a little bit. But just seeing a lot of these ARC stocks. Let's see, I do have you maybe one to watch. But anyway, yeah, there's definitely been some decent opportunity. Uh, yeah, this poet has got my attention because uh, it is down on the day. It is below its 20 period moving average. So I do have a stop on half of it. Just may have to cut my losses if it doesn't. Be great if it can go back to highs, but and the uh, FIVN was the top pick on the I today, and that is trading well. I did just peel off a quarter of my position, just taking advantage of the run today. Always good to ring the bell occasionally. And Microsoft may finally be breaking out of this channel. It's been in for a couple of months, and now you're on a 4-month high. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see if Microsoft can actually start playing some catch up. So far, so good, but it's let me down. It's let me down before. And TJT, what a monster! It now I've been swing swing scalping this and holding a core position all the way from about 806, 807. So I do like what I'm seeing today. Pretty good volume, 2 times relative volume. Let's see, does have a little pivot level here. Yeah, we'll call it right there. Definitely around 9. Put an alert right there around 980. We'll put it at 979. See if it can, because that is definitely a pivot level. Around 980. Hope it'd be nice if we can get there today. And my Albatross ABTC, which been trading it okay, but boy, just can't. It just needs a Bitcoin move. But I do like it's trying to get through this 50 and the 10 there. Maybe it can make a move up to that. Of course, it's going to need probably a Bitcoin move. And yes, Connell, you stay here because the trading room is basically shut down for about an hour. There's no Barry for an hour. I don't know if he actually closes it down. If he closes it down, but picked up a little bit of this FLNC. I did like the coming down to this 20 period moving average. Grab some around I think 1940. Now you just hold right onto that 10 period moving average and don't need to do anything stupid. Qs are getting a lift. Ooh, I tell you, I was going to look at some of those. I bought a couple of China stocks today just because uh, I like this GDS. Even though it had earnings the other day and sold off at the earnings, I think a lot of this sell off had to do with China, just China getting whacked. Thought they didn't think their earnings were that bad at all, and I do like now that it is uh, taking out about a 5-day high there. It's a data center play, and the data centers been going crazy over here. So just one of those ones, trying to pick the bottom of a range here. Nothing technical nice about that, but okay. Now we're getting a little move in the Qs. I really like NVDA. I scalped out of most of it just because the semis rolled over and went to lows early in the morning. But this is one, yeah, if it can get back above that 200 level. Another China play that I picked up today was this QFIN, only because it has been basically just freaking clobbered and had earnings the other day, and I like the way it reacted off earnings. So it may be a potential pause go there, but dangerous. Any of these China stocks are always dangerous. Mara's coming through. Berries. Oh, that was not what I wanted to see. Need to hold this level. This little NIXX I've been in, I actually have more than what I mean. I couldn't grab it because I was getting hit on the bid, and of course you can't get hit on the bid. This thing is working off the offer now, but one to keep an eye on, man. It's like I mean, if you don't mind playing like you know penny stocks, but uh, was $5 stock anyway. I like what I'm seeing here in the volume coming in. Picked it up the other day around 61. Uh, Scalped out of some of it, but anytime I see a penny stock, I'll look over there and see revenues, especially that 100. I don't know if that's should be accurate, but anyway, one to keep an eye on, especially if you can get a pull back to the 50, maybe. Now, the thing that makes me a little bit scared of, a little bit nervous about Bitcoin, and is because if you look at the daily, and this is why, I mean, I almost sold it today. It gotten close to that, the trend line. I don't know if that's going to be good enough. I'm hoping it is. I really thought this thing would go down to 7,200 and got close, but guess the low was 72,365. That may be close enough. I mean, a lot of times people are waiting for those levels. I'm not going to buy it until it hits 72 or 71.5 or something like that. Looking at, and they never get their bogey, and next thing you know, they're chasing. So I'm hoping that may be it in Bitcoin. That would be a heroic move, poet, if you can make it back to highs, but we'll see. I'm going to move this up because if it does close below the 20, I don't want to take this much overnight. What's DQ doing? Sometimes I like to play these beaten up. Yeah, that's way beaten up. Well, it's got a gap, I see. Let me stretch this out. Now I know I shouldn't be even looking at this stuff, but the reason I say the solar sectors have been doing well, and sometimes you can catch a nice bounce on those things. JKS doing. Yeah, I got to alert that one needs to clear that level. A sign of earnings play that holding up well. Once again, this path, it's been beaten up a lot after earnings recently, and once again, I didn't think they were that bad. They they beat revenues. They missed by a penny on the bottom line, and uh, they raised guidance. So I'm hoping this one has seen its bottom. NVDA getting close. Just look at that moving. Teledoc. Take a look at the ARC stocks and see DKNG is definitely lagging, been a dog. Pins. Remember that had earnings back over here. That's worth a. It's that APLD. No, what's the word I'm looking for? Let me hold on just one second. It's one I made a good trade on. Scalped out of it yesterday. Sold it pretty close, just below 9 actually. One I'd like to get back in. What this morning had a nice drive down. See if there's nothing. See if I talked about everything. Oh, it's XOVR. I scalped out of most of it. I mean, almost all of it. I just held on to a little bit. It's a private public crossover ETF, which basically means they basically will, it's an ETF, but they'll do their own little thing when it comes to buying like secondary IPOs. I think they got a 37% of their uh, fund in SpaceX. Yeah, I may have to let some of this poet go. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I did see that. It's kind of hurt that sector a little bit this morning. Yeah, and here comes the slam probably in Bitcoin. Really getting tired of. That's why I scalped out of some today. I did see that. As a matter of fact, I think I had see Sats on my watch list today. So looking kind of good there. I'll put alert right back above that area or right at that area. And I also had SATL. It's what you call a pro gap right there in that QFIN. I mean, the stock that's been in a downtrend. Take a look at the weekly and just ugly, basically all the way from 50 down to about $11, $12. And then all of a sudden, you have a trend break by a huge gap, runs higher. So this one, yeah, this could make it to 20 easy. You know what? I traded it, but I got out really way too soon. I made some decent money, but I got out way too soon. Uh, didn't they do like a big, huge secondary, like a $1 billion secondary, or something? That always scares me. DJT pullback. Yeah, little one. I think if I wasn't in it, I'd hope for maybe a move down to the rising 10 period moving average. I'm looking for something. Hold on just 1 second. Okay. Look at some of my notes all over the place. Yeah, this is the one. Let's see what it's doing. That got me yesterday. I was in this, right? It was in the right sector, along with all those uh, UMAX and RCATs and things like that, and they dropped a secondary. It was looking really pretty. That green bar reversal right there, typically after an earnings, especially that. I was in that thing, and sure enough, man, yesterday after the bell, they announced a. Luckily, I got out when I did. I mean, I got out pretty quick as soon as I saw the news. I got out in aftermarket around close to 61, maybe 61.50. But yeah, always hate that. Yeah, I had 2 bad I mean, I was lucky I made money yesterday because I had that, and then I was in SYM, and I had to get out, and they dropped no insider selling, which may not be a bad thing. It's one I definitely wanna keep an eye on, but, just showing you have some bad luck. Yeah, that DXYZ, I mean, I sold it like I had a really good entry, below 30. Set in it for like weeks, and then I got a pop, and I sold it. I think on this day right here, maybe around 42 or 3. Xerox, I not in Xerox. I was, or if you're just maybe asking about, yeah, it's holding up, looking good. I don't know what, uh, not a whole lot of volume today, but it is definitely intact and doing what you want it to do. No bar reversal in like 5 days. I made the mistake. I got in it like over here and was like in it for like, this is why you try not to buy the middle of a range. I like to do it and anticipate a lot of times, but it can get you in trouble because what happened is I got out on this day right here. And the point I'm making is you buy the breakout right there on that day, maybe, or you buy the pullback to a support level and you got a support level and a 20 period moving average. So that's what I should have done. I should have waited and bought it, on that day around 240, 241 or something like that. Because when I had size, you get size in the middle of a range, they're gonna get you. Yeah, Bitcoin's being Bitcoin. Seeing a lot of this lately. So put it on the 15-minute, and I'll show what I'm talking about. This kind of action. You see, you get a nice move on volume, and they just whack it. We've seen that a lot in the last 6 months. Saw it a lot. Well, I'm on a 15-minute. It's hard to tell, but if I pulled up the 4 hour, you would see. I think they kind of reinvented themselves, like a lot of people, like Kodak has done. I'm not exactly sure what they're doing. Steve, be sure to ask Steve if he's in here. He'll chime in. I bet. All right, my back's starting to hurt. I played golf the other day. Got to lower down. All right. I like the way Poet's acting right now. I think they may have dropped a secondary too, but uh, there's some stocks out there. Let me pull up an Nexar nasty 1.7 million in the float. That looks interesting. If you can pop above that $7 range. Yeah, the quants are giving back some today. Nokia is on its 10 period moving average. This one's had a nice move, over the last week, 2 weeks, I should say. Love to see a little pullback on that one down to the 10 period moving average. If this path can go take out yesterday's high, I might get pretty aggressive. Yeah, FLNC doesn't have anything. I nibble a little bit of that, but it's not. Thought it would hold this. May have to let this one go. 1927 is the 20 period moving average, and it definitely needs to hold that. Otherwise, it's going to fall precipitously. Is that QFIN moving higher? I bet it's another little pop. Yeah, I'm hoping it's not. I'm hoping that it really doesn't want that 72 level. And I'll take a chance over the weekend that Hey, Gary, how are you? Good afternoon. It's actually good morning here still, but you must be on the East Coast or maybe in Europe or, well, I guess it'd be getting close to evening. No, it wouldn't. It'd be afternoon still. All right. Yes, it is afternoon there in the NYC. That's for sure. Well, path looks like it wants to go to highs. That wasn't an easy hold this morning. That was a nasty drive down. You basically taken out like one, two, three, four, yeah, 4 days of lows, taking down all the moving averages and then bouncing. Let me lower that in case. See, what's another one of its FINV? It doesn't look bad either. Attaboy, Bitcoin. That's what you want to see. Let them try to drive it down and just pop right back up. Yeah, that was a nasty one. But like I said, the earnings weren't bad. I think they're making this transition to agentic AI anyway. It I don't read. I just read charts too much, and this is definitely one that looks like it's trying to put in a bottom. I mean, my first entry was like way back over here, like right 928, 20 then, and I just been core positioning it and scalping it. But now I'd like to just have a position and sit, and if it can get back above yesterday's high, I think that $12 psychological level, I think we may be in business. Come on now, DTJT. Don't lose steam on us. Yeah, that's man, it's one of those stocks. Trust me, I've traded it a lot. I actually trade it pretty well for some reason. I don't know how. It's been an ugly chart, but uh, I'm just looking for that, generational low, and then that way, that will basically, especially if it gets back above the 200-day, it gets above 13. But yeah, I would like to. I got a decent position now, but I'd like to even add to it. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's frustrated before, that's for sure. Yeah, that's strange. It sound do you look at your toolbar? I mean, are you toolbar? Do you have what's your MS showing? Make sure you're connected first of all. You want to make sure you're connected. And sounds like yeah, sounds like you have a connection problem because there's really no issues today. Support has been kind of quiet. You are connected. What's your MS read on the over here where my cursor is? Let me get my Epic pen. Right here. What does it read? Did you see it where I put the pink line up there in the upper left? Okay. Yeah, that's good. I mean, are you trading from home on a private network? Yeah, that's no, that's good. If it's that's great actually. So I don't know. Oh, you are? You're at home and you got a good connection. Your bandwidth is fine. Yeah, I don't. That does now start now. That would be some sort of computer issue. I don't know what would be causing. You're not running a antivirus or anything. And did it just start today? Are you on a VPN? I mean, you might try this. I don't know what would be, if you're at home, but you might try going to tools and options, connection, and dropping down and using the new HTTPS mode and see if that helps. Because your connection's fine, obviously, and for some reason you're not getting data. Did you get those steps to okay. You done that, so you might yeah, you might restart trade ideas since you made that switch. Just go ahead and close it down, go exit and then load it back up and see that works. I don't you shouldn't need to restart your computer, but it probably won't hurt since you're having it sounds like it, that it if it's not the connection or, the connection option that you're choosing. If that's not the issue, it could be your computer. So try it first without starting your computer, and then if it doesn't work, then go ahead and do a restart of your computer, and then load trade ideas and see if that helps. But it's definitely something local because we're not experiencing any issues. Go NIXX. I like this thing, but I just don't know. It doesn't look like it moves very much, but I do like the setup here. I almost bought it this morning. I was like, what are you going to get out of this thing? 50 cents. Okay, NVIDIA is trying to go back to highs. Tesla, you're the only one still struggling today. No sound alerts, and you make sure on your toolbar up here, look at your toolbar and make sure there's a little speaker here. Make sure that's not on mute. It's a little toggle sound on and off. Hmm. You make sure you go down in your taskbar and your volume, pull that up and make sure your volume is turned on. Make sure you got it on speakers because it's working. I mean, the sound is working. I just heard Barry's MGNI go off. And is this the first day that this has happened? Okay. Yeah, it's something, the first thing I would do since this is restart your computer. I'd restart your computer and uh there's that LBTK. Uh and honestly, if you've been on the you might want to go back to tools and options and go back to your connection and put it back on primary if it hasn't been an issue. So, and you're on the same network. I don't think that's an issue. It sounds like there's a computer problem going on. I'm not sure why, uh, but because really it's if you're on your own private network, you probably most want to be on primary. So it sounds like try restarting your computer. That's always the first go-to solution. Alerts are back. That's good. All right. It's got the feeling that this is going to be one of those doji days in the market. You can see we're pretty much trading right now where we opened. Still, maybe some opportunity, obviously, in some stocks out there, but it will be, I think, limited from here on out. Maybe some of the earnings plays. What did Dell do? Is it? Bet you it's doing nothing. Yeah, you can't trade these huge gaps, man. That's kind of noise you get. Take a look at the big boys. Only really three positive today: Microsoft, Shop, NVDA. You dog, you. Gonna have to let you go at Lowe's. Luckily, small size. All right, TJG, you should be getting close to that 50 period moving average. This poet is looking juicy now. You got that 10 period moving average curling around. Haven't been able to really jam down. Gives me a nice spot where I need to sell half if it breaks. This hinge is look at that channel it's been in for a long time. This is on the watch list today. This is definitely one to keep an eye on. It's like their data processing center for health. Take a look at the if it gets through. Yeah, there's nothing really on the daily. Could have a quick pop. That's a tight range, except for that little swoon it had down to 20 period moving average. One to watch for Monday. And come on, don't start bleeding down on me. You're the strongest one earlier on the board. Well, you can't stop Blackberry. Keel. Been waiting for a pullback in this thing. Been reading some good stuff on it. Another one of those miners switching over to data centers. Just won't give me a pullback. All right, Qs are slipping below their 10 period moving average. Let's see if they can hold on. I'm always a little nervous when we've come so far so fast. But really has shown no signs of stopping to this point, that's for sure. I like this one too. Whoa. Came in with some heavy bass. I don't even know if he knows he's in yet.
You talking to me?
Oh, yeah. I said you came in with some heavy bass, man. I don't know what was
Oh,
going on.
really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking about you, and when you were growing up, did they call you Handy Andy?
No,
It's
Andy. I probably heard that a few times. Yeah, no, they didn't call
okay.
me that. Yeah.
That is a. I don't know if that's in the States. So do you have a Handy Andes in the States?
Uh, I've heard of
It's
it, but
a
yes, I've heard of it. I know there's none around here or where I grew up, but I have
like
heard
it's
of
a
it.
hardware store. It's a
Right, right.
hardware store. So
Hmm.
I wasn't sure if it was just a Canadian thing or not.
It
But
might be, but I have heard of it. I'd say that. I don't know where,
all
but
right.
yes. Uh,
Or how about Handsome Andy?
yeah,
God,
there you
okay.
go.
You know
There
what?
you
You know
go.
what? Get me out of here. Or let you go. It's Friday
Oh
afternoon. I
man.
always get you Friday afternoons. When we can have when it's a little more frivolous.
Yes, yes, it is.
But there's
But
nothing
thing
wrong
about
with
it is,
that.
really starts to get dull around this time on a Friday.
Oh
But
yeah.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
So I'm just sort of playing out the string. Look, did you see the CDT? I know you don't. You don't really look at our AI, do you?
You know what? I want to start because I'm
Yeah.
seeing a lot of good long term plays on there, man. And
Hmm.
I need to find a place for it. I really do. I have my style. I do my homework and stuff.
Sure.
But I do need to keep it up. So what you're talking about? CD what?
Look at CDT. Look what it just did.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Ah,
So, as we speak, that's like a 90%, 94% move from
wow,
the
man.
original alert at 115. Now, it wasn't easy. I mean, it chopped around a bit and all that, but all of a sudden at 12:45
Wow.
on a 5 minute, it just exploded and
It
now
sure
it's
did.
continuing,
Wow.
really interesting.
Man, hope you got some.
Yeah, you know what, Andy? This is what I'd be watching right now too. Keep an eye on RCAT, RCAT.
Yeah,
I'm watching UMAC. I'm not in anymore, but UMAC is starting to move towards the high of the day. RCAT has pulled back
yeah,
just a little bit.
I
I
see.
can see that if RCAT takes out 14, gets over that 14 level again, as long as UMAC keeps running, I can see that RCAT could have maybe a nice little end of day run.
Yeah, yeah, I definitely could see that.
Hmm.
Let me take a look. RCAT, and we
Because
got
it's lagging
yeah,
UMAC right
UMAC.
now a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah, I see.
So.
I see.
But it's basing,
Hmm.
nicely.
It is. It is.
So that's what I'm looking
I'll
at.
put an alert and see what happens. Okay.
All right. All right, my friend.
All
Well,
right.
listen, have a great weekend. And
You too, Barry.
are you doing, no, Steve is doing double duty next week, I think.
Yes. Yes. Steve will be doing double duty next week, and then it'll be me after Steve.
All
Now that
right. So we'll see you
all right.
Friday then.
All right, Barry. Yeah. Have a good
Okay.
weekend, bud. All right.
Okay.
Bye bye. Bye, everybody.
Give me a moment, guys, as I grab the screen. Okay, I'm back in both rooms right now. And I'll get rid of the message and get my music going. Well, I was just saying to Andy, DT. I mean, out of nowhere. I mean, this was dropping. Got up to 213, dropped all the way back down to 154. Looked like okay, maybe that's it. And then all of a sudden, no, that's a 1245 candle. Boom! It just exploded on volume. So I mean, I was completely, just because what I think might be some resistance doesn't have to be, of course. And I thought it could stall there or there or there or there or there. It just didn't. I guess sometimes, with these super, super low floats, some of these little stall areas don't matter as much. But anyway, now the other thing I was talking about with Andy is on the UMAC. Now I'm not in the UMAC anymore. That turned out to be a really nice trade. But you can see what UMAC is doing. It pulled back a little bit, moving and maybe wants to make another new high. It's not quite at yesterday's close, but look at RCAT. RCAT is just not quite following suit. It is basing. See how it's kind of basing here, just underneath 14. So I think I put I guess I forgot to. Okay, I'm going to put a price alert at 14, little over 14. Want to see if it takes it out. and maybe catches up a little bit to the UMAC. And Gary from New York City. Good morning or afternoon, I guess, for you guys. Yeah, still morning for me. Our AI has had 2 really nice days in a row, guys. Seriously. I mean, even if you just, that's of course, a super outlier, up 90% now. But you know what? The CHA, the AMBA, the ASA, this is even a pretty decent one. I might have to look at this one. Don't get too many after, really after 11 o'clock. We had that one while I was on my break. Arrow, 1207. At 1207, the alert was at 892. Let's see. This could be really interesting going. It's right at the high of yesterday. Well, it is not. It's got to take that high out. It did briefly, 925 it got to. The high yesterday was 917. So what? So what? So what I'm going to do is what I meant to say is put a price alert there at the high of yesterday. See if it takes it out again and has a bit of a run, because on the weekly chart, this has some room to 10. Okay, has room to 10. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but at least it has some room to 10 on the weekly chart. That is for AIRO. Oh, you mean New York City Gary? Tell him to say hi to my son. Not my son, your son. Well, you just told him yourself. Well, guys, keep an eye on the ARCAD. The UMAC is still. In fact, what did it get to? It almost got to that 5-minute high, didn't it? This is what I was thinking. When we looked left, and look where it is. There's that 5-minute high at 1951, and it basically got right there. Now, will that stall it completely? But right now, as we speak, the ARCAD is lagging. It's not moving down, it's just basing. Whose birth are you talking about? They, them trades? Children's Place, guys. Boy, this has been straight down. What a great short. This would have been 5 to 4 straight down. Look at it following that wave right down. Wow, guys. Okay, look at the RCAT now. Look at the RCAT now, guys. Look at UMAC. UMAC might even go positive now. Might even go positive. In fact, it went positive. But look at RCAT is taking a little bit. Love to see some volume coming in. Love to see some volume coming in. This might start to catch up to, I get excited here because it's just over 14 now. It might start to catch up to the UMAC in terms of a pattern. Okay, I'm talking about in terms of a pattern. Boy, there's some interesting late dayers for me now. The arrow, AIRO. Is this not a drone play? Not a drone. Ooh, it is maybe. What if it's a drone play also? It just says aerospace and defense industry. Doesn't say drone in here, but maybe it is a bit of a drone plane also. Play also. And I'm talking about the arrow. A nice little break on the five guys. Nice little break for this one on the five, AIRO. It's taken out now, yesterday's high. It's at the high of the day. A lot of good things happening for it right now, in my opinion. And it's an AI alert. Right. And it's a low float. It is a low float. Guys, are you seeing the same thing? Well, it's hard. I can't display it, but in Interactive Brokers, that happens every now and then. I look at my order entry and I got a bid ask, but then I look at my time and sales and this is correct. Okay, this would be correct, but sometimes my bid ask is not correct. It's always lower. I have to pay a lot of attention to that. I don't know if that happens with you guys. I mean, this is the Bible right here. This is the true bid ask. But in my order entry, where the bid ask is, sometimes it lags. Not all the time. Yeah, thanks. So I'm glad it's not just me. I really, because when when I want to place an order, I'm in my order entry, but I really have to pay attention to this to make sure it's, this is the right price. This is the right price. I know this is correct. Time and sales. I know that's correct. It's not all the time. Wow, look at you, Mac. I wish I were still in it, but maybe the RCAT can catch up. Catch up. I mean, if I were a betting man, which I'm not, I would have thought that RCAT for sure would be the one that would get positive for the day before UMAC. But look at UMAC now. Wow. If this hadn't happened, I'd still be in it, but it happened. Well, I guess the strict definition of a short squeeze would be, a stock that has a high short float percent. Look at UMAC. It's a pretty high, actually, 15%. And all of a sudden it has some news. And then you get a ton of volume coming in. And the people who are short, what are they going to do? Now, it depends where they were short at. And if they were short way, way above, fine. But if they're short, and all of a sudden some news hits, like, hit yesterday, what are they going to do? Are they going to hold on? They're going to add to the position, or they're going to bail? And bailing, of course, means they've got to sell, they've got to buy the stock, which further fuels, more buying. Okay. So that's typically what a short squeeze is all about. I don't tend to label things, whether, I call it a short squeeze but it usually involves a high short float. I think many people might say that about 15% is a high, and so anything above that would be a high short float percent. So again, what that 15% means of the float, 15% is short of that float of 45 million. So if you're sitting there, you're sitting there and you shorted up here at 23 and you watch this go down over the month, and it's down to 10 and you're happy, you're still in your short position, and hit a little bit of a move here, but maybe you're short up here at 23, you're still not, maybe you cover a little bit but you're still in. All of a sudden this happens, some people are going to maybe start covering their short position by and covering, meaning they're going to have to buy the stock. So where's positive? 7 cents. So that would be about 15. It did get there, actually. Okay. Well, of course, a short squeeze, you're not shorting, you're buying. Okay. I mean, in theory, okay. But if you want to short a stock, you just have to, in your head, you have to flip. Okay. If I wanted to, obviously, if you buy a stock, say I look at this RCAT and I want to buy it, okay, at 1404. Obviously, I'm hoping it goes higher. I sell higher, make some money, right? If it goes down, I'm going to take a loss. I'll get out my manageable loss. Shorting is just the reverse. If I think a stock is going to drop, I could say I take a short at 1407. This time I'm hoping the stock moves down, and then I cover it at a lower position, and the difference in where I shorted it and where I covered it, that's my profit. So just think of it this way: you buy a stock, you hope it goes up, make a profit. You short a stock, you hope it goes down, and you make a profit. Okay. Yeah, and Will, of course, is completely right, but I think in your head, that's how you have to think of it. Now, the only issue sometimes can be not all brokers have shorts available for all stocks. So, for instance, though, I see RCAT has 1.55 million shares available as an example. Okay. But sometimes, with IB, I may look and I want to short something, but there are no shorts available. And that'll be from broker to broker. Okay. Doesn't mean no shorts available for the whole day or forever. It all depends. In fact, well, it's a bad example, but that number 1.55 million. I mean, if people want to start shorting this one, you'll see that number will decrease. This is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with. I mean, I cannot speak for other brokers, of course. So that's when you'll hear me say every now and then, I can't short this one. And I can only speak for myself because, there are brokers like Centerpoint and Cobra and Trade Zero that specialize in having shorts for almost anything. Typically the low float stocks, You know, typically the low float stocks are the ones that are harder to find shorts on. Like this one. So PRF, and it's probably a darn good thing, you know, but you know, this has 830,000 shares in the float, and they'll say this contract will be available if shares can be located. Well, obviously, I'm not going to wait, or I'm not going to wait for something like that. If I can't short it immediately, I'm not going to wait and phone them and say, okay, can you find some shares for me? It depends. I mean, you know, 0.72%. I mean, this is nothing. You'll see some stocks that have very high fee rates, and those would be more than likely the ones that are probably the lower float ones and the more volatile ones. William, for instance, will not short a stock if the fee rate is, I think you said 330 or 350%. It typically, it never 350% or more. It never really comes into play for me because I'm not usually ever shorting one of those low float stocks, even if I had them available. I just don't want to. So the fee rate doesn't make any difference to me on my style of trading. But watch what happens here. I'll show you. I'll demonstrate in the simulator. And you know, it depends on your brokers. Some brokers might say have a button that says short sell. You know, for Interactive Brokers, it just says sell. Okay, so here it'll say sell. So if I wanted to, let's take a look at something here. Let's say I wanted to. Say I wanted a short path. Okay, so I just clicked on path. The symbol's there. I'll pick 400 shares. This time I'll sell. I'll go at them. I mean, the bid ask is nothing, so I'll sell. But unfortunately I have to do this stupid extra step. Have to expand it so I can see the send. So I sell, send. Okay, now you see I've got a short position. Okay. And that's why typically with your broker, it probably says minus in front of the number of shares. Okay. That's typical. And so now, so because I shorted at 1191, I'm sorry, 1196, and it's 1192 now, I'm making a little bit of money. Okay. Because it's below the short price. All right. Now I've got to pay a little attention to this one though. RCAT, I wish. In fact, you know what? I've basically taken myself out of the trade flat. Okay. The reason why is that I wanted UMAC to keep moving higher, and RCAT was moving. I had a little bit of profit up here, but you know, I was looking for a lot more. But the problem is that UMAC is starting to move down. So I was hoping that UMAC would stay in this area. But if it has a bounce, I'm gonna get back into the RCAT. It just did too. I'm looking at GNTA to learn from it, to learn VWAP and 200 200-day moving average lines. Okay. Talking to DM Guy 1 in our YouTube room. Okay, GNTA. Yeah, there's nothing 100% about trading, right? But if you're looking at the VWAP, so right now you saw what it was doing. It was sort of hanging around the VWAP area, but now it's below it. So, now first of all, this is a 98-cent stock, but some would look at this and say, okay, I'm going to short it as an example because it's below the VWAP, leaving the VWAP behind. Okay. If it had been coming from above like it was before, you would watch to see, how well is it holding the VWAP? Is it going to bounce off it? Again, there's no 100% that that's going to happen, even if it bounced off for a while. And then the other one is just the 200-day moving average. I mean, that's, in this case, it doesn't really matter. Take another one, SMR. So you can see here, I mean, again, these are they're not perfect, but you saw what happened earlier. It broke down through the 200-day moving average, got a little bit above it, kind of hung around it, tested it again. And then on that move, it looked like it is leaving it behind. So you could say, okay, I'll take the trade at 12.10. The VWAP's at, say, 11.96. Put your stop just below it and see if it works. That's all you can do, just to see if it works. Okay. In this particular case, of course, it would have worked very well. You probably would have taken some off here, not because it's close to the VWAP, but just because it had a pullback. Okay. I'm talking to DM Guy. Make a little sense? And as far as the 200-day is concerned, for intraday trading, it's not that important. The only thing is, if I saw the 200-day moving average, the stock pulls into the VWAP, and then I see that the 200-day moving average is not that far above it by looking at the daily chart, then I'm not going to take the trade. But typically it's not a big deal, intraday trading, typically. You were out. Okay. So you were talking about the 200-day moving average is not as important intraday, okay? But if I saw it on my chart, then it would be important, okay? So you're asking about the GNTA as an example. So you can see what it did. It came into the VWAP, kind of hung around the area, but never really broke that much above it, and now it's below it. So this is a cheap stock. Some might look at this and go, okay, I'm going to short it. Okay, I'm going to short this stock. It's taking out the VWAP. Looks like it wants to move down. You take the short at this price and you put your stop just over the VWAP. Okay, as an example. The other thing is, though, I was talking about the SMR. So there's an example. The 200-day moving average in that case doesn't come into it at all. But the SMR, you see how what happened? It broke down through the VWAP, came into the VWAP for a bit. So you might have been looking at this and going, okay, is it going to really take out the VWAP? And, it's hanging above the VWAP for a while. So you could have said, okay, I'm going to take this trade right here at 12.09. Looks like it wants to move. The VWAP's acting as support now. So you take the trade at 12.09 and you put your stop just under the VWAP, say 11.93, and you take the trade, see if it works. In this case, of course, it would have worked. Doesn't mean they're all going to work, but okay. So, it's just a line where it could act as support on the way down and bounce, or if you're buying and it's underneath the VWAP and you're buying it for a bounce, it could go into the VWAP and act as a resistance on the way up. Could. Oh gosh. AST, I didn't see that. And again, as far as the 200-day moving average is concerned, for intraday trading, it's usually not that important unless you see it on the daily chart. Okay. So for instance, this is what you were out. So if I said, okay, you know what, it looks like this is, the VWAP looks like it's holding. It looks like it could be support. So I'll take the trade here at 12.11. If I'd looked on my daily chart though, and the 200-day moving average had been, say, at 12.20, it's not. But had it been at 12.20, I wouldn't take the trade. Because again, I look at that and think, okay, the 200-day moving average could easily block it from moving higher. If the 200-day moving average is above the price, of course. In this case, it's not, but, well, it is way above, but it's 22.55, so it's way, way above. That's not even an issue. Okay, well, let's see now. Come on, RCAT. UMAX giving the bounce I wanted. This is what I'm talking about. Look at the UMAC now. I was getting a little worried about it because not the UMAC, but the RCAT, was doing this, and I didn't want RCAT to follow. But it's looking okay now. Here's another one. It sort of stood at the VWAP for about 1, 2, 3, almost 20 minutes on a 5-minute chart before it finally broke above it. It doesn't mean just because it breaks above it that it's absolutely going to do this, though. I wish it were as simple as that. But you can, at least what you can do is you have sort of an established stop price if you just put the stop a little bit underneath the VWAP. You don't have to guess too much, because if you took this one here, at 1309, and the VWAP's around 1289, and you thought that was going to, if it broke down through the VWAP, you want to be out of this. You want to be out of the trade. If you're playing the VWAP like that. It's tricky though, because you can't just wait for like a penny or two break of the VWAP. It has to, this is a great example though. 20 minutes, like 15 minutes hanging around the VWAP right here, and then finally, and on some volume, you see the volume, a little bit of volume came in. Always nice to have some volume associated with the break. All right, guys, 131. Well, one last look at my homepage for the week. All right, guys, so here's a simple promo code, 15%, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of either subscription. I don't know why it says premium, but either subscription, standard or premium, okay? All I ask, use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. Helps to keep these rooms free and moderating 2 rooms, a YouTube room and the trading room. Okay, so if you're in YouTube right now wondering what this is all about, what this one is all about, it is free also. But it's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking to come into a room where there's activity in the pre-market, interaction with other traders in the pre-market, you can come into this room. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. Now, it's Friday today. Now, a lot of times, Obi will keep this room open after I leave. I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. Depending on how many questions I get. And Obi tends to keep the room open after I leave, but it is Friday, so he may not. I'll find out later on if he's going to do that. In which case, when I leave, I have to shut down everything. Education, if you're taking out a subscription right now or thinking about it, click on the more info and go to the Getting Started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. This is mandatory if you are new to if you're new to trade ideas, okay? Mandatory. 12 short videos. Don't have the product, but you're thinking about it. Start with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Okay? Down here, back to basics. If you're brand new to, if you're newish to trading, free series of videos. There are 15 of them if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing in terms of scans and races, you've clicked on my homepage link. Scroll. Oh, one other thing. Scroll. If you clicked on my homepage link, keep going down here. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. But if you're looking for my scans, click on the scan section. So, I mean, technically, these are not scans. These are races. I have two races that I'm displaying. The large cap race, a more volatile race right here. Halts resumes is over here. But as you can see, I do have other information that I'm sharing. Upside versus downside movers. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. And then these other four scans, a momentum scan, a gap scanner, and the Pepe combo scan, and the up-down 25 from William. Okay. So these are other scans that these are real-time alert scans, the momentum, gap, combo, and up-down, and this one. Okay. These are real-time. These are races. It's a sort of a different way of presenting the data. And then these are tree maps. Okay. The pre-market actives up and down. So any questions about, any of this? Do not be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Even Rivian's having a bit of a day, guys. So here's an example of a stock that has gone through the 200-day moving average, okay? So, yesterday you can see it got into it. And so, the 200-day moving average is probably, it's definitely virtually all traders look at the 200-day moving average, I would think anyway. And so now it took it out. So now this becomes pretty interesting, perhaps, going forward. 200-day moving average was 1541, so it's about $1 above it. Will it now? It doesn't mean that on Monday it could come right back into it, but then what you're doing, you're watching it maybe come back in, and maybe it act as support. In this particular case, again, when it was underneath, was it going to act as resistance to moving higher? Well, in this case today, anyway, it didn't. Yesterday it did. So even if it pulls back a bit, you have to watch to see how far does it pull back? Does it pull back to the 200-day? Does that then act as support? So the green is just, I mean, I like it. I mean, it's like this, okay? I like it. I mean, you can not have it in colored. You can actually get rid of that, and you can see the absolute percentage. So when you see, for instance, the position in range, okay, let me see if I can find something. Well, here is a good example. So right here, okay, so this is the position in the day's range. You see there's a slight sliver of white right there. That means that the stock is not quite at the high of the day. If it were at the high of the day, like right here, ESTC, there's no white at all. That means the stock is right at the high of the day. Okay, you can see it right there. CHA it's not at the high of the day. It's pulled back. There's the white there. If you want to see the actual number, I like. Give me a moment. Whoops. Just give me a moment. I've forgotten how to do it even. Oh yeah, you gotta go to See, I like the visual presentation. So if you do this and then you go into properties and then graphical indicator, you take that off, then you're going to see the actual percentage. Okay. Okay. So you can see the PD is, if you had the daily candle, it's near the high. There's the ESTC, there's 100, so it's right at the high of the day. Okay. I like the graphical part of it though. It's so you go to properties and you can either check graphical indicator or uncheck it. I tend to like the graphical. That's all. It just gives you and so on the other side, HQY, it's not quite at the low of the day. If that red bar was right to the end here, that would mean the stock is near the low of the day or right at the low of the day, as an example. But you can see the low of the day is down here. Yeah, the low of the day is down here. So that's why the red is not right to the left corner or the left hand side. And that's how you can, any range, position in 5-day range, 20-day range, 5-minute range. It's the same thing. Can I show trading on AI? Yes, I can. Just give me one moment, Joy, in our YouTube room. Can I add a sound alert to Yes, you can. And I do that all the time because I have a wireless headset in case I move away from my computer. I can hear any sound alert. So here's my price alert window. Okay, let me get rid of some of these. So have you put a sound alert on an alert window, or if you have the AI, have you done that before, Pat? Well, I'm asking you because it's the same. You just right click. Well, it's not quite the same. You right click and then you click on actions. In alert windows, you click on properties and then actions. But have you put a sound alert on an alert window before, Pat? Or can you hear me? Maybe you can't hear me. Have you put a sound alert on an alert window before? Have you put any sound alerts on any one of your windows before? Okay, so it's the same. Minor difference, okay? Because in an alert window, you right click and then you go to properties and then here's actions, okay? In the price alert window and also the AI, it's the same. It's you right click and you go right to actions, okay? And if you've done it before, then you just follow this. If you've done it before, then this menu is exactly the same as in an alert window, okay? And the AI, it's the same. Right click actions. So you don't, there's no going to properties first and then actions. So again, just to recap, if you've forgotten how to do it, you click on the actions, you click on the click on the play sound, set up the sound. You can have text to speech. You can have a female voice or a male voice. Okay, read out the symbol. Yeah, I mean, you can get the window to come up, pop it up. Doesn't have to be right on the alert, but I mean, because all you have to do is just go to new and price alert window, and that'll pop it up also. Okay, so now it's here, and then yeah, right click and actions, right click actions, and then just follow this. And the whole idea of price alerts, of course, is to put a different sound alert on your different windows. Okay, you don't want to put, for instance, you don't want to go text to speech for every window. Otherwise, when you hear the symbol being read out, you'll not know which window to look at. So that's the whole idea. That's the whole idea of having different sound alerts for your different windows. So the question in our YouTube room. So this is the trading today for the AI, okay? So obviously some spectacular ones, the CDT up 103% from the original alert, SN 7%, etc. Some didn't work, but certainly the ones that worked, nice percentage moves. The way the AI works is that you have this screen. You will not get an alert until at least 9:40. So it doesn't work in the pre-market. And it doesn't mean you'll get an alert at 9:40, but that's the earliest you'll get an alert. And then you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, is up to you. There's no auto trading the AI, okay? But how you trade them, if you trade them, is going to be completely up to you. There is a stop. So if you obey the stop, if you get into a trade and you want to obey the stop, you certainly can do that. You may have a different idea of where you want to put a stop, but that's it. I mean, there's no, I use this try to use it like a watch list all day long. Okay, so that's what happened today. Okay, Vivian, now when you say Craig, when you say you're so new to this trading, are you talking about trading in general, or are you talking about intraday trading? Now, there's nothing, there's no blanket statement or answer to, let me know what I should do. I mean, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Number one, I guess. Well, you're not a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm assuming. Which is okay. I mean, it's a free room. I just want to know where you're coming from. Oh, you have subscribed. Okay. First thing you should do then, mandatory, if you haven't done this already, is click on my homepage link. I just put it underneath. Click on my homepage link. First thing, and this is mandatory that you do this, okay? Scroll down until you see the education section. Click on the more info. If you have not done this yet, okay, the getting started with trade ideas. Okay, there are 12 short videos to get you started. You have to do that first. If you've already done that, fine. But if you haven't, you have to do that first. It's like any other software program. There's a bit of a learning curve. We've tried to cover the key elements in these 12 short videos, but it's mandatory you do that first. If you're new to trading, though, also, not just new to trade ideas, I really recommend you take a look at this also. It's a free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. So I don't know what your trading experience is, but this is mandatory you do this first if you've just taken out a subscription, okay? Now, when you say you know nothing at all, I mean, remember, the program is called Trade Ideas. It generates ideas based on perhaps your style of trading, okay? You have to have some knowledge about how to trade. So again, did you, oh, okay. Listen, you better take a look at those 15 videos then first, okay? The back to basics. If you've never traded, again, the program is called Trade Ideas, fabulous program, but it implies that you have to have some idea about, when I click on a symbol, the chart, these charts are trying to tell me a story. Okay. And if you don't know what the story is, like what the chart is trying to tell you, then trade it is, I'll be honest, it's not going to help you. Okay. But you can start off with the back to basics that I was on. That's on my homepage in the education section. I would look at those 15 videos. Okay. Well, the difference, okay, so the question again in our YouTube room about the difference between our premium and standard service. Well, first of all, even if I could trade this automatically, I wouldn't. Okay. I'll never, ever, ever, I'll say it again, ever. Even if I could trade, something like this automatically, I wouldn't. I always want to be able to click on a symbol and see what the chart is telling me. If the stock, here we had it, 115. If by the time, as an example, had I liked this one, if by the time I looked at the charts, and I've had some trading experience, obviously. I looked at the charts and I've sized up. I think, you know what? I like it. There's room for it to move, et cetera, et cetera. And now the stock's at 118. Is it the end of the world? No. Okay. Now, if the stock had jumped to 160 or something in the 2 or 3 seconds that it took me to size up, I wanted to take the trade. Okay. But typically that is not what's happening. I always want to take a look at the chart first. So I'll never auto trade. So if the reason for you maybe going to our premium service was because you wanted the AI to auto trade for you, then yeah, don't do it. We don't allow auto trading for the AI. You can auto trade your own strategy if you want, something that you created, but you cannot auto trade the AI. But I use this when I can pay a little more attention to it. Yesterday was a great day because it had the UMAC, it had the RCAT, had the ONDS in it. But I tend to use this just like a watch list. Sometimes, you get an alert and it doesn't work at the beginning, it drops down, but maybe it hits into an area that you love. Maybe it hits into the VWAP or something that if you're a VWAP player, it's acting as support. Or maybe you got a moving average on your chart and the stock moves into it. So the fact that, the AI gave you the alert a little, look at it this way, gave you the alert perhaps just a little early. The idea for taking the alert was still there, or the trade was still kind of there. It was just maybe a little early. But I'm not trying to convince you to, if that's what you were looking for, 100% automatic, then no, don't subscribe to our premium service. Obi, I don't know if you indicated how long you're going to keep this room open to when I leave, if at all. I mean, it's Friday. I'm sure you probably have better things to do, but sometimes you might surprise me. Yeah, so I'm not in this one anymore. This was the wild card I took, guys. You heard me talking about this one a couple of days ago. We knew that it was trading as HOTH on Wednesday, but it was going to change the symbol to RKTO in order to take advantage of the rocket mania. And so, yes, had a nice day, but I would be looking at this maybe next week if it took out the high up here, maybe. So again, remember, this is not an IPO. It's just a symbol name change. You're back. Okay, Connell. Connell or Connell? Okay, my glimmer of hope now is for UMAC, the fact that it popped for the RCAT. Okay. Can't remember what I said, lad. Cannell? So I'll do it again. You can say first or second. Connell, Cannell. First, okay. Connell. All right, I'll try to remember that going forward. I'm talking to Connell in our YouTube room. All right, guys, 153. So, Obi, calling all Obies. I just need to know if you're going to keep the room open after I leave or you're going to shut it down. Ha! 2:45. Okay. All right. So Obi's going to keep this room open to 2:45. So if I leave around 2 o'clock, the room will still be open. Again, I'll always stay later if there are questions, but the room will be open. I will have my display or my layout displayed still. And you know, there's action, of course, in the race, so it's not like it's going to be static. So, Connell, if I were you, I would change it to Connell. It sounds a little more aristocratic. Connell. So Ahmed's asking about OMDA. Now, understand, I'm not an investment advisor. All I can do is tell you what I see. So there's the VWAP. So, okay, a couple of things. It is over the VWAP, but the problem, not a problem, but I mean, it's just sort of basing, right? I mean, there's no 100%. Well, nothing is 100%, but there's no, right now, I don't see a big clue about which way it's going to go. I mean, there is a little sell flag there. So it's possible that, you know, the trend is starting to turn down. If I had to go long this, the next high looking left on a monthly chart is what, 1926. So certainly room there on a monthly. Yesterday it broke through the 200-day moving average. So, you know, that's not bad. But you can see right now it's starting to turn down a little bit. No, maybe, you know, you might want to wait for it to get maybe closer to the VWAP. The VWAP is at 1830. So it's not that far away. Maybe it's going to come back into the VWAP a little. Maybe the VWAP, that purple line, will act as support and it'll bounce off it. Okay. But right now you're experiencing like a little bit of a downturn. High today was what, 1864. You see, for me, the relative volume is only 1.4. So I mean, it's not really, it's trading, you know, slightly abnormally, but not tremendously abnormally. The relative volume. So that what that means is it's trading, you know, approximately 1.5 times normal up to this time of day. Whereas when you look at an ASTC, it's trading 49 times normal. I mean, they don't have to be 49, but this is a wild card. I mean, this is one of these absolutely crazy ones. Low float. Yeah, and you know, it's not a high float, 27 million. It's not a high float, but you can kind of see what's happening. You know, it's starting to curl down. See, and now it's so again, you can watch that VWAP. The VWAP, the actual number on my chart, anyways, are in 1830. So it's getting closer and closer. Now will it hold? I mean, that's you don't know. We don't know if it's going to hold it, act as support, come into it, play around with it for a while, and then bounce off it and move higher. We don't know. No, here's another one. And now this is a lot crazier, of course, but here's the ASTC coming into the VWAP. Now, I mean, this is just a wild, crazy stock. I mean, the stock was what, 3 days ago? 3 days ago, this stock was at $1.86, and it hit $70 this morning or today, almost 70. 68.85. That's crazy. So can we really trust, like a VWAP or a moving average? So here's an example. Okay. See the fee rate, 750. So even if I had shorts available for this one, ASTC, here's your fee rate of 752%. Now, it wouldn't matter if the stock moves $20 or $30 for you. That wouldn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't trade options. Yeah, it doesn't trade options either. But every day this moved higher. I'm sure we all thought, okay, that's got to be it. Okay, that's it. 19. No, next day. Okay, that's got to be it. 36. Well, that's got to be it, right? 70. You never know. Next week it could have hit 100. All right, guys. Well, if I'm going to take off, first thing I want to do is just put the my homepage link into our YouTube room. And if you click on it, because if you still want to hang around in a trading room, you can do so till 2:45. Okay. You just click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit. And where you see, this is for people in YouTube. This is free also. Okay. This room will be open till 2:45 today. And again, on Monday morning, it'll open at 6:45. Thank you, Obi, for doing all of that. So I'm not seeing any questions. So I think I'll at least start this part. Whoops. Okay, so there we go. I've left for the day. My layout. Now I may hang around. You might see my, the cursor moving, my pointer moving around. So if I'm still here and somebody asks a question, I'll certainly answer. But I am not seeing any questions, so I think I take off. So thanks for all the help all day long, all week long, really. guys. So we're back to sort of normal weeks, 5-day weeks. So we'll see you guys Monday morning. Have a great weekend. And again, we'll see you Monday morning.